Chapter 172. Other than the Lord City Lord and Baron Belil, there were also some people who had heard the news like Chairman Cruz. Most of them were leaders of large companies that did business with a new flyer, including the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Fuller Morgan. Without an exception, these people were all concerned about the new flyer's decision to relocate their factory. The focus of their attention was naturally whether this move would affect the order they signed with the new flyer. After learning that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was only moving to the Sandton Manor that wasn't far away and they would be able to resume normal production in a week, everyone relaxed. After exchanging greetings, everyone's eyes naturally fell onto Count Samo and Baron Belil. Most of them were looking at Baron Belil. The people here were all well-informed people in Banna City. How could they not know the inside story of the new flyer's sudden move? It should be said that Baron Belil's unreasonable request had surprised everyone. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had very good prospects, so even if the Stag family didn't care that much about it, they shouldn't have this kind of attitude for no reason and almost cut off all relations with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Baron Belil had the same casual appearance in front of everyone, but seeing everyone's gazes, he gave a laugh. He came in front of Su Yi and narrowed his eyes to look at Su Yi as he said, "Chairman Su, on account of Count Samo, I've given you a few more days. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't take care of this after the deadline, don't blame me for not giving you any face." Hearing this, the surrounding people couldn't help knitting their brows. Did this Baron Belil have a grudge with Su Yi? Why was he targeting him and the new flyer like this? Su Yi's expression was calm, as he said with a nod with a faint smile, "I ask the Lord Baron to be assured, with our current speed, we'll be done the day after tomorrow. It won't delay your plans for this territory." Baron Belil gave a slight nod. "That's more like it. If you delay my matters, you'll be in trouble when the time comes." Everyone's frown deepened. From the information they gathered, Baron Belil was the one who was being unreasonable from the start. Now, he was acting like this in front of Su Yi. Even if his relationship with Su Yi was ordinary, it was hard to not feel indignant. However, everyone here was experienced, and no one dared to refute Baron Belil's words. This fellow clearly had the face of a playboy and didn't want to reason with you. Arguing with him was useless, and they would offend him and the Stag family behind him. No one would be that stupid. Su Yi looked at Baron Belil and suddenly asked, "Sir Baron, I have a question." "What problem?" Baron Belil didn't seem to care at all. "Are you sure you won't regret it in the future?" Count Samo, who had only greeted Su Yi without saying anything else, raised a brow and looked at Su Yi with a bit of surprise. This Su Yi, he seemed like he had a calm attitude towards this matter on the surface, but based on how he asked this question, it could be seen that there was a bit of anger in his heart. The surrounding people were also a bit surprised, thinking that Su Yi's question wasn't polite at all. Baron Belil was stunned before giving a cold laugh and saying in a voice of disdain, "Regret? Why would I regret it? I say, Su Yi, although your new flyer's development speed isn't bad and you've earned quite a bit of money this year, don't think too highly of yourself. Your new flyer is just a small company in Banna City. What qualifications do you have to make me regret it? Asking this question, don't you think it's funny?" Su Yi looked at Baron Belil for a while, until he felt a bit uncomfortable. He angrily glared back at Su Yi before looking away and revealing a faint smile. "All right, I understand. Many thanks for the Lord Baron's answer." Baron Belil looked at Su Yi in surprise before saying with a cold snort, "Su Yi, I thought that since I didn't see anything I didn't want to see in the newspapers, I thought that you were at least a smart person. But looking at it now, you don't seem that smart." The new flyer's factory moving, whether it was to Banna City or the surrounding cities, it was considered a large piece of news. In a normal situation, the newspapers of these cities would report this and investigate the reason. But this time, more than a dozen newspapers in several cities only reported this as a very ordinary piece of news. As for the reason why New Flyer suddenly decided to move, they all said that this was the development plan that New Flyer had already decided on. The reason why these newspapers agreed on this was because other than Su Yi's request, it was also because of Samo Count and Karma City's City Lord Count Anris. Baron Belil was naturally aware of this, so he rarely praised Su Yi for being a smart person. Now that he was saying that he wasn't that smart, he was too lazy to argue. He just smiled at him and ignored him, turning to discuss with the other managers of the other companies. After he confirmed the process of new flyers order with everyone left. At this time, Samo Count came over. Seeing the horse carriages leave, Samo Count said, "Not bad. Moving such a large factory was a very complicated matter, and it had to be done in such a hurry. I originally thought that you would be flustered this time, but now it seems that you have arranged everything very well. I really have to praise you. Sir Count is too kind." He smiled modestly. "You didn't come here today just to see how we move, right? This is also one of the reasons." Samo Count pointed at the office in the distance. "Let's sit down and talk about the rest." He was a bit confused. If there was something important, why didn't he call him to the city lord's mansion? The two walked into the office that hadn't started moving yet. He poured some water and then sat down separately. Samo Count paused, pointed outside the window, and asked what do you think of those young men from the city guards? He was surprised. He didn't think that Samo Count would talk about the city guards that came to help move. Thinking about it, he nodded and replied, "Very good. I can see that their physical fitness is very strong. If all of the Lampari Kingdom's army had this kind of physical fitness, then our Lampari Kingdom's army would probably be ranked in the top of the signs." "You're exaggerating." Samo Count waved his hand. "There are many factors that determine the strength of a country's army. The physical fitness of the soldiers is only one of them. Other than that, there's also equipment, logistics, and many other factors that are equally important. Among them, the most direct factor that determines the level of combat power is equipment." He was shocked. Of course, Samo Count didn't like to talk nonsense, but what did he mean by talking about equipment? After considering it, he could only give a forced nod. I agree." Samo Count kept asking, "Your new flyer can already mass-produce magic fans, magic rice cookers, and other iron magic machines, right?" That is indeed the case." "Then you—" Samo Count looked at Sui. After pausing, he said in a voice that didn't seem to care, "Developing a magic machine that can mass-produce armor and weapons shouldn't be a problem, right?" Sui's hands trembled, and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. After calming himself, Sui asked Samo Count in a deep voice, "Lord City Lord, what do you mean by this?" "What? You still don't understand what I'm saying?" Samo Count looked at Sui and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, do you have confidence in developing a magic machine that can mass-produce armor and weapons like the magic fan and the magic rice cooker?" Sui was silent for a while before replying with a bit of difficulty. "In theory, it's not a problem. Even the magic machines that we use now, including the magic punch press, we just need to modify it a bit to make simple armor. As for weapons, it depends on what kind of weapon it is." Samo Count's eyes lit up as he kept asking, "For example, bows and arrows?" "Bows? I don't know what kind of bows we're using right now, so I can't answer. But if we're talking about arrows, if we just make steel arrowheads, it isn't as troublesome as making screws. It's even simpler from a technical point of view. As for arrow shafts, if you want to make a pure steel arrow, the casting process is a bit more troublesome. But if you just need to make an alloy steel arrow shaft or a plastic arrow shaft, the process isn't that troublesome. Although it is a bit hard to develop magic machines, I think it shouldn't be a problem. But developing these things will hinder our company's development of magic machines, so I feel—" "Wait a minute." Samo Count had a bit of confusion on his face. He raised his hand to signal to Sui to stop, and after thinking about it, he asked with knitted brows, "What are the alloys, steel, and plastic you mentioned? Why haven't I heard of them before?" Sui was stunned before finally reacting. He had answered according to the standards of Earth, but he had forgotten that this world's understanding of the materials used to make machines was very shallow. At least everyone had seen the alloy steel from the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker, but as for plastic, it was currently being researched in the Night Song tribe, and there was still a bit of time before it could be released. These two are special crafting materials. Depending on the materials, they can produce different effects. For example, the material that our new flyer uses to make the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker is a kind of alloy steel that we've recently developed. This alloy steel that I've named silver leaf steel is lighter than normal iron, but it isn't weaker than iron, and it doesn't rust. Then wouldn't using this silver leaf steel to make armors and weapons have better effects? Samo Count immediately asked. He hesitated a bit. I'm not certain. This is because the armors and weapons that soldiers wear have a lot of requirements, and we haven't tested the limits of the silver leaf steel yet. So we can't be certain if it can support the requirements of the armors and weapons. Since there is the silver leaf steel, does that mean there are other kinds of alloys you mentioned? Then among these alloys, there should be some that are more suitable for making armors and weapons, right? Samo Count didn't give up. There should be. He could only helplessly nod. Very good. Samo Count slapped the table and gave 2 laughs. Then he forcefully patted Su Yi's shoulder and said with an excited look, I just wanted your new flyer to develop the magic machines that I needed, but I never thought that I would learn so many useful things from you. Su Yi, I really never thought that you would hide so many treasures. If I didn't ask, would you not have told me? Su Yi said with a bitter smile, Lord City Lord, this is our company's trade secret. If you didn't take the initiative to ask, how could I easily reveal it? Trade secrets? Count Shan shook his head with a smile. Samo shook his head with a smile. In front of the benefits of the kingdom, what does a trivial trade secret count for? All right, Su Yi, I'll give you 2 choices now. The first is to agree to me and develop the magic machines that I mentioned for the kingdom, as well as the alloys and plastics you mentioned. The second choice is to reject me and let your new flyer perish. Which one do you choose? Su Yi could only give a helpless, bitter smile. Lord City Lord, do I have a choice? Chapter 173. Su Yi naturally didn't have a choice. If he rejected Samo Count's request, it meant that he would lose Samo Count's support. Even if Samo Count's support wasn't important, the support of the people who urged him to make this request to Su Yi was very important. Samo Count could say that this was related to the benefits of the entire Lampari kingdom, which meant that this request wasn't just Samo Count's will alone, so Su Yi couldn't reject it at all. However, if he agreed to Samo Count's request, it meant that new flyer would enter the military industry that Su Yi had always resisted. Although, with the gradual development of new flyer and the gradual acceptance of magic machines, Su Yi had already expected this day and had already prepared his heart. But no matter what, he never thought that this day would come so early. New Flyer's magic machines for civilian use hadn't been popularized in the Lampari Kingdom yet, but New Flyer was already entering the military industry. Thinking of how most of the new technology on Earth was first used in the military before gradually being used for civilian use, Su Yi suddenly felt that perhaps this was the fate of the machine industry. It was like this on Earth, and it was no exception on Signs. So after Su Yi agreed to Samo Count's request, it didn't take long for him to adjust his somewhat resistant mentality and start actively raising funds. But when he saw 70 suddenly appear in front of him and talk to him about the various armors and weapons used by the military, Su Yi felt a bit uncomfortable, or rather uncomfortable. Your Highness, I always thought that you mainly cared about the people's livelihood, but I never thought that you would even meddle in the military. It really makes me feel a bit of contrast. Su Yi looked at 70's gentle side profile as he spoke. Contrast? Why? 70 looked at Su Yi in surprise. Because I always feel that a gentle and beautiful girl like you is very suitable to be concerned about the lives of the people. However, if you were to be associated with these cold weapons and armor, it would be a little strange, Su Yi said honestly. Do you think I'm beautiful? 70 saw Su Yi nod and revealed a faint smile before continuing. Many thanks for your praise. Indeed, compared to ice-cold weapons and cruel military wars, I prefer to pay attention to the little details in people's lives. But there's no helping it. Since I'm the princess you speak of, it's impossible for me to completely abandon these things. Do you wish to inherit the throne? Su Yi could not help but ask. After asking, Su Yi immediately realized that his question was a bit rash. How was it his turn to ask such a question? It was a good thing that 70 only looked at Su Yi in surprise and didn't look angry. She tilted her head to think before replying to Su Yi. If it's from the bottom of my heart, I don't want to. Of course, no one would believe this. I believe. Sui quickly said, because I feel that you really aren't suited to being a queen. Is it because I'm not worthy? 70 asked back. No, it's not that you're not worthy. It's just that you're not suited. Sui honestly said, although I haven't interacted with you that much, I feel that you are a very gentle and kind girl, and this personality isn't suited to being a queen. To be honest, I don't understand why a princess born in the royal family would have this kind of personality. That is just your misconception. 70 shook her head. 70 shook her head. As a princess, how could I have the kind of personality you're talking about? All right, let's stop chatting and get back to business. 70 clapped her hands and took out a piece of paper, placing it on the table in front of them. Do you see this? This is the standard armor used by the royal guards. There are various sizes on it. You should be able to understand it. Sui looked over the paper and nodded. I can understand it, but just the paper isn't enough. It's best if you can give me a set of real armor. That's not a problem. I'll have people send over different sets of armor. 70 nodded. She looked at Sui, looking over the paper, and asked, how about it? Are you confident? Sui looked over it again before standing up and revealing a confident smile to 70. Your Highness, did you forget how I answered you when you asked me this question last time? 70 was a bit surprised. She remembered that before Sui wanted to develop the magic press, she had asked Sui this question. Sui's answer back then was, of course. That's good. Although 70's smile wasn't as bright as Steel's, it was as warm as the winter sun, making people feel warm. I hope that Chairman Sui can keep his word this time. Other than that, I can tell you something ahead of time. If your cooperation with our royal army goes smoothly this time, your Frestac Chamber of Commerce will become an important partner of the royal army in the future. You will receive the support of the royal family and the army. What are the specific benefits? Sui asked. Not yet, but at least your new flyer won't be swept out by Baron Belil like this time. 70's smile had a trace of teasing. Sui couldn't help giving a snort. Your Highness, this is your fault. It's fine if it's not convenient for you and His Majesty. But our new flyer is an important partner of the Agriculture Department. The Agriculture Department didn't help us this time, which really makes me disappointed. The Agricultural Department can't do anything. 70 helplessly said. 70 said in a helpless voice, the Stag family is the noble with the most territory in the kingdom. So close to half of the grain that the Agriculture Department hands over each year comes from the Stag family. Do you think that the Agriculture Department will question the Stag family because of you and new flyer? Sui knit his brows. That's not right. Although the Stag family is the noble with the most territory in the kingdom, how can they compare to the royal family? Why does the Stag family hand over close to half of the grain? That's because the land the royal family owns is equal to the land the kingdom owns. It's not the same as the private territory of the nobles. The Stag family can rely on their labor force to open up large amounts of farmland, increasing their yield while handing over large amounts of grain, but the royal family can't. Because first, we can't find enough people to open up farmland. After 70 said this, she looked at Sui with a gaze of deep meaning. Now you know why Royal Father places so much importance on your new flyer's agricultural magic machines, right? Sui understood, but after looking at 70, he complained about his grievances. Your Highness, since our new flyer is this important, you and His Majesty should stick out for us this time. Otherwise, I'll be too disappointed. 70 revealed a helpless, bitter smile. There's no other way. Royal Father has his difficulties. As for me, I can't do anything right now. Other than that, in our royal family, there are some different voices. Sui looked at the tired 70 and couldn't help shaking his head. So I said that the throne isn't something normal people can take. All right, Your Highness, I'm just casually complaining. You don't need to take it to heart. As for the development of the magic machines this time, I'll agree on behalf of New Flyer. Give us some time, we should be able to smoothly develop it. All right, then I'll thank you on behalf of Royal Father. 70 gave Sui a bow after saying this, scaring Sui. This was her first time bowing to Sui like this, so it could be seen how important this project was to her. After sending 70 off, He looked at the blueprint on the table and rolled it up. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of putting it in his desk and put it in his chest. Although this was the new office in the Santon Manor and no one could come in without Su Yi's permission, this project had to be kept a secret. If there was no need, Su Yi didn't want to easily reveal it. After making some calculations in the office, Su Yi opened the door and walked out. Taking in a breath of the fresh air, he felt his dizzy head become much clearer. If it wasn't for the endless sounds of machines in the manor, this manor left behind by Viscount Santon really would be a good place to cultivate. Looking at the two giant simple factories on the left and right, Su Yi revealed a smile. New Flyer could be considered starting over. After a week of work, the New Flyer's factories had finally been moved out of the Stag family's territory. Of course, only the machinery and equipment inside the factory could be moved. As for the factory itself, it was impossible to move it. As for the 4 large and small factories left on his territory, Baron Belil even shamelessly asked Su Yi for compensation. This was because he felt that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce didn't completely demolish these buildings, so it was impossible for him to spend time and money to demolish them. So he wanted the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to compensate him for the cost of demolishing them. Faced with such a shameless and unreasonable request, Su Yi naturally wouldn't agree. Baron Belil wanted to pester him and even threatened Su Yi, but he was reprimanded by Baron Shan, who couldn't take it anymore and was forced to give up. Thinking of how Baron Shan didn't express his stance when New Flyer was chased out of his territory by Baron Belil, but now he clearly expressed his support and didn't hesitate to reprimand Baron Belil. Su Yi knew that this was because New Flyer had finally stepped into the military industry. This was the main reason why Su Yi decided to have New Flyer enter the military industry. If he wanted to establish a true magic machine empire on the continent, the military industry was something that couldn't be avoided. While thinking about how to start, Su Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His brows slightly jumped up, and he softly shouted into the air, "Agnes, come out." Chapter 174. After the familiar spatial distortion, Agnes' figure appeared with a trace of doubt on her face. "Sir Chairman, how did you know I was here? I clearly didn't release my shadow concealment spell." "It's very simple. It's because that familiar feeling when you were by my side suddenly came back, so I knew you were back." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Familiar feeling?" Agnes had a confused look on her face. "What kind of feeling is that?" "I can't say it clearly. In short, if you are by my side, even if I can't see you, there will be a strange feeling that lets me know that there is someone nearby." Su Yi explained. "Then if another elf used a shadow concealment spell by your side, wouldn't you be able to find them?" Agnes asked. "It's not the same." Su Yi shook his head. "Perhaps it's because you've been by my side for a long time, so even if you used a shadow concealment spell to hide by my side, I would still be able to feel you. But if it was another elf, I might not be able to find them. If I have to say it, perhaps it's because the smell on your body betrayed you." "Smell?" Agnes slightly knit her brows and lowered her head to sniff her body. "There's no special smell." Su Yi also had the urge to sniff her, but thinking that this would be too sudden, he suppressed this impulse. With a smile, he changed the topic and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. What was the result of your trip alone?" "Oh, I met with Patriarch Saluka, Patriarch Monto, and the elders. I've conveyed your instructions to them. Then they had me bring some things back to give to you." Agnes took off the large backpack on her back and opened it to take a look. Inside was a pile of iron lumps of various colors. Su Yi was shocked. "You wouldn't have carried all these things all the way from the falling rainforest, right?" "That's right, what about it?" Agnes asked back in a strange voice. Su Yi was speechless. Such a large backpack, and it was filled with all kinds of iron lumps. How could it weigh over 100 pounds? Agnes carried such a heavy backpack and ran over 200 kilometers from the falling rainforest. Should it be said that the elves were talented, or that she was dumb? Don't abuse yourself like that next time. I only asked you to bring back 1 or 2 of the samples Chief Saluka requested. I didn't say you had to carry so many. Don't you think it's heavy?" Su Yi shook his head. "These are all samples." Agnes took out a stack of papers from her backpack for Su Yi. This is the list Chief Saluka gave me. He said that the formula of each sample and the results of their initial experiments were marked on it. He wanted me to bring it to you. They are all samples. He glanced at the backpack and thought that there were at least 20 types of steel in there. Could it be that the Norma tribe had developed so many new types of steel alloys in the past few months? If this was the case, then the dwarves' talent in material craftsmanship was too terrible. However, after taking a look at the list, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As it turned out, these so-called samples were actually created by Patriarch Saluka after receiving inspiration from the silver leaf steel. During this period of time, he had continuously added all sorts of strange ingredients into the molten iron to make them. There was even cow dung powder amongst them. It would be strange if the so-called alloy steel made in this way had any special effects. However, after looking through the results, he found that the 23 steel alloy samples that Chief Saluka had Agnes bring back actually had their own effects. Putting aside the shattering with a single tap properties that almost made spit out blood, there was a steel alloy that Chief Saluka had listed as number 17 that had a very good performance in his experiments. It had a very strong corrosion resistance and high temperature resistance. Being able to find a steel alloy with such special properties in all these useless experiments, was very satisfied. This kind of steel with high corrosion resistance and high temperature resistance had a wide range of uses. If he could add in the properties of stainless steel, he could use this steel to develop countless new magic machines. Very good. Let me see, which one is this number 17? He looked through his backpack and found a lump of iron with the number 17 engraved on it. This dark red lump of iron was very heavy in his hand, being much denser than normal pig iron. It seemed like after the dwarves added in a special ingredient, the entire structure of the steel had changed. He couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Although the Signs Continent's technology was much better than Earth's, there were still some advantages that Earth didn't have. Take the silver leaf steel, for example. On Earth, it wasn't a simple matter to make an alloy with the same characteristics as the silver leaf steel, but on the Signs Continent, it could be done by adding silver leaf grass powder that could be found everywhere in molten iron. As for this number 17 alloy that had corrosion resistance and high temperature resistance, according to the description on Chief Saluka's list, it was only made by adding some common plant powder to the molten iron. It didn't undergo any special refining process at all. What kind of principle is this? As a strict engineering student, really couldn't understand this strange phenomenon. But this was reality, so had to use the fact that Signs was different from Earth to explain it. Seeing that had finished looking over all the samples, Agnes reached in her chest and took out a small box, handing it over to him. "This is what the elder had me give you. He said it's a gift for you." Agnes said, "Gift? What is it?" Curiously opened the box to take a look and found that there was a delicate little figure inside the small wooden box. This little figure was sparkling, and other than the bright golden hair, the rest of it was a faint milky white color. Touched it and found that this little figure should be made of plastic. However, what shocked him most was that the little figure carved was actually steel. Although it was less than 20 centimeters tall, the carving was incomparably fine. It perfectly depicted steel's face and even showed each strand of hair. Couldn't help gasping in surprise as he praised, "Too beautiful." If Steele saw this, he would definitely like it very much. "Agnes, help me thank Elder Alicia. I'm very satisfied with her gift." Agnes revealed a sweet smile. "The elder said that this is a gift for a friend, so there's no need to thank me. Other than that, the elder also said that after seeing this gift, you should understand her meaning." Looked at the little figure in his hand and rubbed it with his finger before nodding. "That's right, I understand." Elder Alicia, letting Agnes bring this gift, was without a doubt to tell him that the Night Song tribe's research on plastic had already reached Yi's requirements. Looking inside the wooden box, he found that other than the little figure, there's also a transparent, milky white square plastic lying at the bottom. He picked up the plastic and sniffed it. Not only did he not smell the expected stench, but he also smelled a faint fragrance. He couldn't help nodding his head in satisfaction. Then he placed the plastic on the ground and picked up a sharp stone. Under Agnes' shocked gaze, he threw the sharp stone at the plastic on the ground. Pooh! The stone heavily hit the plastic and let out a muffled sound. He took the stone and seriously looked at it. He found that there was only a small dent on the surface of the plastic, and the rest of it was not affected at all. Very good. Whether it is the smell, hardness, or flexibility, there are no problems. Next is the most important test. He picked up the plastic again and held it in his right hand. Magic surged in his body, and after a while, a strong cold air came from his right hand. It instantly turned the warm air from May into an extremely cold one. 6th level water spell, Frost Nova. This was the first 6th level spell that He had learned not long ago. Once the Frost Nova spell was used, it could quickly lower the temperature of the surrounding air. Depending on the magician's magic and their mastery of the spell, the temperature would also be lowered differently. It said that if an archmagus used this spell, it could even directly freeze a rock and crack it. Although Su Yi's spell was not as exaggerated, it could still quickly lower the temperature of the surroundings to below 0. After a while, Su Yi's right hand was covered in a small amount of snow. His entire right hand had become pale white from the effects of the spell, even becoming a bit transparent. Agnes looked at Su Yi's right hand, and her large eyes were filled with shock. Although she was currently studying some special elven magic and had not started studying elemental magic, she could still recognize that the spell Su Yi was using was Frost Nova. After following by Su Yi's side for such a long time, she was very clear that Su Yi was a magician with the strength of a 5th level magician. Him being able to use a 6th level spell already made her very shocked, but what made her even more shocked was that Su Yi could maintain this spell for such a long time. Although the range of this spell was limited to Su Yi's right hand, and the consumption of magic was greatly reduced, for him to be able to maintain it for such a long time, other than proving that his control of this spell was far better than normal magicians, it also proved that his magic was not weaker than a 6th level magician's. Agnes couldn't help thinking of the evaluation Great Magician Camilla had given to her about Su Yi from Steel. If this kid focused on studying magic, it's very likely that he would become a powerful archmagus. Thinking of this, Agnes couldn't help looking at Su Yi with a trace of regret. After following by Su Yi's side for so long, she was very clear that Su Yi really loved studying magic machines. Even if he spent time studying magic, to Agnes, it was most likely to make it easier for him to study magic machines. If he spent all his time and effort studying magic machines on studying magic, Agnes was certain that with his talent, he would definitely become a powerful archmagus. Su Yi on the side didn't care what Agnes was thinking. He just focused on looking at the piece of plastic in his hand. Seeing that this piece of plastic didn't show any signs of changing shape as time passed, Su Yi revealed a satisfied smile. After casting the Frost Nova for a few more minutes, Su Yi took back his magic and released the spell. Because of the rapid change in temperature on the surface of the piece of plastic, the layer of frost that had just formed turned into beads of water that flowed down from the smooth surface. Su Yi carefully looked over the surface of the piece of plastic and found that the hole he had made with the stone was still the same, without any changes at all. Great! Su Yi looked at the piece of plastic in his hand and revealed a happy smile. He turned to Agnes and said, "Agnes, didn't you always ask me what kind of value I saw in your elven race? Let me tell you, just based on this piece of plastic, there is already endless value in it." Agnes looked at the normal-looking piece of resin in Su Yi's hand, and her heart was filled with doubt. It was clearly a normal piece of resin that could be seen anywhere. Why did Sir Chairman feel that it was a treasure? Chapter 175. Entering the middle of May, the weather was already starting to become a bit hot. On the streets of Banna City, there were many young girls who couldn't wait to change into thin dresses, boldly showing off their slender white legs to the passers-by. There were even some girls who were even bolder. They changed their tops into short shirts that were only worn in hot summer, revealing 2 tender arms and a large patch of whiteness on their chests. It was as if the bright sun was shining above their heads, dazzling the young or no longer young men on the street. As if in response to the reaction of these bold girls to the heat of the weather in the large and small stores of Banda City, they had already made their own reactions. Walking through the streets of Banda City, one could see several magic fans on the counters of many stores, blowing out cool breezes without stopping. They didn't care that the magic fans didn't make people feel cool at this time. Rather, it made them feel cold. If one came closer to look, they would be surprised to find that the magic fans in these stores didn't have the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's badge engraved on them. Rather, they had different badges engraved on them. This meant that these magic fans didn't come from the new flyer. For the current Banda City, this was simply an unimaginable matter. Although the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce had been established for 2 months and less than a year, in this short period of time, everyone in Banda City had already treated the new flyer as the representative of magic machines. As long as magic machines were mentioned, the first thing they would think of was the new flyer. Not to mention that the magic fan was the first magic machine that Sue, E, and the new flyer released. For the people of Banda City, this was something that subverted the understanding of many people, so naturally they had a deep impression of it. However, as soon as the weather became hot this year, there were all kinds of magic fans that appeared in Banda City, but there wasn't a single Xinfei Chamber of Commerce. This really confused everyone. It couldn't be that the new flyer gave up on producing magic fans, right? Of course that's impossible. Faced with the questioning gazes of the crowd, Sue-E shook his head with a smile. The magic fan market is still far from being saturated. I can earn quite a bit of money with this thing, so why would I give it up? Then, Sir Chairman, why hasn't our company started producing magic fans? Of the young magicians of the research facility, in terms of lively and cheerful, Akali was the leader. But in terms of speaking without scruples and saying whatever she thought, it could only be Bella. Look at all the magic fans in the stores outside. If we don't seize the time, people will run to buy these magic fans, and we won't be able to sell our magic fans. That's right, I went out to take a look. Although the magic fans of the other companies can't compare to our Xinfei brand magic fan, they aren't that far off. Moreover, there are many different kinds of magic fans, so you can choose from them. Akali agreed with him with a worried look. Most importantly, they're cheap. I asked about an Iron Mountain brand magic fan, and it only sold for 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins. It's an entire 40 silver coins lower than our Xinfei brand magic fan. And I've also asked around. The magic fans of the other brands are around 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins, which is much lower than our Xinfei brand magic fan. Even if the quality isn't that good, I feel that there will be many people who will buy it because it's cheap. Claire also said, greedy for cheap? Sue-E revealed a smile as he thought that this was indeed a problem. Whether it was on Earth or in Signs, there were many people who were greedy for cheap. As for the companies in the business union that obtained the magic fan technology from him, the reason why they set the price of their magic fans this low was because they wanted to fight a price war with New Flyer. They wanted to rely on their low prices to compete with New Flyer for the market. Based on the current situation, this effect wasn't that good. Although there were many people who bought the magic fans of other brands because of the low price, most of the people in Banda City were still waiting for the magic fans produced by New Flyer. After close to a year of nurturing, at least in Banda City, the people's recognition of the Xinfei brand was very high. If it was the same magic machine, when people wanted to buy it, the first one they would think of would always be the Xinfei brand. This was very clear on a magic fan, but the reason was because of the accidents that happened in Sultan City last year. Although there weren't as many newspapers back then, and they could quickly announce these accidents, because the matter was very big, it had spread to Sultan City and the surrounding cities. Because Banda City was the birthplace of the magic fan, naturally people paid more attention to it. After learning of these accidents, everyone compared the magic fans produced by New Flyer. They found that the Xinfei brand magic fans were much better than the magic fans produced by the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Not mentioning anything else, the Xinfei brand magic fans had never had an accident before. Just based on this point, it was enough to instantly beat the magic fans produced by the Leo Chamber of Commerce. It was because of this matter that people's recognition of the Xinfei brand magic fans increased by several times. Even if the prices of the other brands of magic fans that appeared in Bana City were much lower than the Xinfei brand magic fans, and their quality wasn't that different, there were only a few people who bought them. Relax, no one is an idiot. Before seeing our Xinfei brand magic fans and comparing them, there aren't many people who would choose the other brands of magic fans. Su Yi said in a confident voice, when they see our Xinfei brand magic fans, I dare guarantee that they will definitely choose us. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, thinking that Sir Chairman was filled with confidence. But they were all employees of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, so they were very clear on the development of the new flyer products. In the development schedule that Su Yi gave them, the development of the newest Xinfei brand magic fan hadn't even started yet. Sir Chairman, when will we start developing the magic fan? Can you give us a rough time? That way we can prepare our hearts. Bella couldn't help asking. The others all nodded. Development? To everyone's surprise, when Su Yi heard this question, he revealed a bit of a surprised expression. He blinked before saying with a smile, I think that you've made a mistake. Although your guesses aren't wrong, and the new Xinfei brand magic fan is currently being developed, this development isn't related to the Magic Academy at all. The main problem that needs to be solved is the problem of the structure and materials. So it will be done by Camby and the other dwarves who are in charge of the structure and materials research. That's right, the design is also a very important work, so the Design Institute will have a lot of work to do during this time. Akali gave an O sound before nodding. It's no wonder I haven't seen Agnes by your side in the past few days. So she went to design the new design. Hearing the name Agnes, everyone's expressions changed. Although under Su Yi's request, Agnes had already gotten used to not being invisible in front of the company's members. Everyone was gradually getting used to this elf's presence and no longer made a fuss like in the beginning. But to humans, elves were a rare species. Not to mention that Agnes was that beautiful, so everyone wanted to see her. Also, Vivian has been very busy during this time. Last time I wanted her to go shopping with Steele to buy some new summer clothes, but she rejected me because of work. Su Yi gave a shrug and said in a helpless voice, I really couldn't tell. Why is she and Agnes both a bit of a workaholic? I clearly said that the design wouldn't be decided that quickly, and they didn't need to rush, but they both said that the design had to be perfect. So it's like they're crazy every day, discussing the design when they have time. Akali laughed. Sir Chairman, you don't understand this, right? The two of them clearly want to show off in front of you, which means that you have a place in their hearts. What? You're not happy? Su Yi looked at her. Stop speaking nonsense. It's fine if it's Vivian, but why does Agnes want to show off in front of me? Akali pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. Su Yi was too lazy to care about her. He looked at the door and asked, Where's Evita? You called me over and said that you have research results that will definitely surprise me. She should have gone to prepare, right? Why isn't she here yet? Akali rolled her eyes. Wait a minute. She ran out after saying this. After a while, Akali ran back in and said with a mysterious look, It's ready. Su Yi looked around in confusion. It's ready? Where is it? Akali and the surrounding people looked at each other with smiles. They ran to the windows, and then Cecilia suddenly raised her hand to snap her fingers. Pa! The room suddenly plunged into darkness. Several people pulled down the heavy curtains, blocking the sunlight outside. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Su Yi asked this, there was a bright white light that came from above his head, instantly lighting up the entire room. What are we doing? What is the meaning of playing this kind of game? Su Yi looked at the special magic lamp hanging from the ceiling and was even more confused. It's not like it's anyone's birthday. Why would we do this? Su Yi suddenly stopped. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly said with an excited face, That's not right. None of you touched that lamp at all. Could it be that you solved the problem of long-distance magic transmission? Chapter 176. When researching the various household magic machines, Su Yi used magic arrays to replace the power source, allowing these magic machines to perfectly imitate the various functions of the household appliances on Earth. Among them, the power source was a magic crystal that supplied magic power to the magic array. Most of the time, this idea didn't meet any obstacles. The magic crystals provided the magic needed for the magic arrays, creating the corresponding magic that had various effects. But when researching the magic lamps, Su Yi encountered a problem. When Su Yi wanted to develop the magic lamps at first, he wanted to hang them from the ceiling like the electric lamps on Earth, lighting up the entire room. But because the magic crystals and magic arrays had to be connected to the magic lamps themselves, if the magic lamps were hung from the ceiling, there would be a problem with the switch. Thinking about it, every time he wanted to turn on a magic lamp on the ceiling, he had to move a ladder to press the switch on the side of the high magic lamp. And when he wanted to turn it off, he had to do the same thing. How annoying was that? The City Lord Manor's banquet hall had many special magic lamps hanging from the ceiling and walls because the City Lord Manor had a special request, and there were enough servants in the City Lord Manor to do these troublesome things. But if it was a normal family, who would have the patience to climb up and down every day just to turn on and off a magic lamp? Helplessly, Su Yi's strange chandelier and wall lamp became a simple magic lamp in the end. Although the magic lamp sales were very good, surpassing Su Yi's expectations, the decisive factor was its incomparably beautiful design. It was unrelated to Su Yi's most important mechanical design. After this, Su Yi asked Akali and Evita to research how to use the magic crystals to transmit magic to the magic arrays over long distances. Su Yi thought that with how complicated this topic was, it would be like Sanchali's magic array research that would take a long time without any results. But he never thought that in just a few months, they would show him such clear results. Thinking of the changes and possibilities that could come from solving this problem, Su Yi's voice trembled with excitement. He grabbed Akali's shoulder and asked, "Tell me, is this true? Have you really solved this problem?" "Sir Chairman, you're hurting me." Akali knit her brows and forcefully pulled away Su Yi's hand from her shoulder. "It's not just like this. Keep watching. There's more? Could it be that there's something even more important than solving this problem?" Su Yi asked in a surprised voice. "Just watch." Akali revealed a proud smile to Su Yi before turning to shout outside, "Evita, you can begin the second experiment." After saying this, Akali pointed at the magic chandelier that Evita had personally designed. Su Yi looked up in confusion and stared at the magic chandelier. He thought that this thing had already proven to him that Evita and the others had solved the problem of long-distance magic transmission. Could it be that they could come up with something new? When this thought flashed in his mind, Su Yi suddenly found that the light from the magic chandelier was a bit weaker than before. Looking carefully, he found that this wasn't an illusion. The white light released by the magic chandelier began to weaken bit by bit under Su Yi's gaze. Not long after, the light that could light up the entire room became very weak. It was like a firefly in the darkness that released a bit of light. Seeing that the entire magic lamp was about to be extinguished, the light began to gradually brighten. Not long after, it returned to its previous brightness. Seeing that the light was weakening again, Su Yi suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The magic chandelier's brightness instantly stopped changing. Su Yi thought for a bit before shouting again, "Evita, make it a bit brighter." Evita, who was hiding outside the room, responded with a crisp sound, and the magic chandelier's light became a bit brighter. Looking up at the magic chandelier on the ceiling for a while, Su Yi lowered his head and stared at Akali as he asked, "Akali, other than solving the problem of long-distance magic transmission, did you also solve the problem of the gradual change in the input magic power?" Akali's smile became even more proud as she giggled. "Sir Chairman, what do you think? Answer me." Su Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone jumped in fright. Akali covered her chest in fright as she looked at Su Yi with astonishment. "Sir Chairman, what's wrong with you?" "Right, we solved the problem of the gradual change in the input magic power. What's wrong? Could it be that you're not happy?" Su Yi stared at Akali, making Akali's hair stand on end. She couldn't help taking a step back, but after a while, he suddenly laughed loudly. He took a few large steps and arrived in front of Akali. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he hugged Akali. I'm happy. I'm too happy. Ha, great. That's great. After solving these two problems, my dream can really be realized. Sui was so excited that he started speaking incoherently. He loudly vented while patting Akali's back. Akali, I can't thank you enough. As expected of an outstanding magic mechanic, I'll definitely reward you. After saying this, Sui let go of Akali, who was stiff all over. He turned around and hugged Bella, who was in a daze at the side. He also patted her a few times and praised her before turning to the people next to him. After this round, Sui didn't even let go of Shock, who didn't give him any face, passionately hugging everyone. However, after hugging the last person, Cecilia, and seeing Evita, who had just walked in, Sui was about to rush over when Evita raised her hand to stop him. Chairman, please calm down and consider Steele's feelings, Evita calmly said. Hearing the name Steele, Sui froze. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head as he instantly regained his calm. Right, I was too excited, I'm sorry. Sui gave an awkward smile to Evita before turning to apologize to the four girls, Akali, Bella, Cecilia, and Claire. As for the two boys, of course they were excluded. Although the four girls' faces were a bit red, they clearly didn't mind. Bella even reached her hands out to Sui as she said with a smile, Sir Chairman, come, let's hug again. I feel that it's quite comfortable being hugged by you. Claire rolled her eyes at her. All right, stop being crazy. Sir Chairman has Steele. He won't be moved by you. Bella said with a smile. I just want Sir Chairman to hug me. I don't have any other intentions. Sui couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. All right, stop joking with me. I was a bit too excited just now and lost my composure. President, why are you so happy after solving these two problems? Bella asked curiously. Bella asked in a curious voice. When we sold so many magic bread makers, I didn't see you like this. That's right. In my impression, you've always been very calm. You've never lost your composure. What's wrong today? I feel that these two problems aren't that big of an effect. Claire also said, that's because you don't understand how important solving these two problems is. Sui said with a faint smile. Let's put it like this. Once these two most basic and most important problems are solved, the entire magic machine industry and signs will change. Once you delve deeper into this problem, I can guarantee that you will find that everyone's lives will be turned upside down. Is it that exaggerated? After being hugged by Sui, Akali, who had been silent for a while with a red face, finally returned to normal and asked this in a surprised voice. Sir Chairman, aren't you exaggerating too much? Whether I'm exaggerating or not, you'll know when the time comes. Sui knew that it was impossible for them to understand the scene he described because they didn't transmigrate from Earth like he did, living in a modern society with a high level of industry. So he didn't explain, and after a bit of silence, he clapped his hand with a smile and said in a loud voice, All right, since the Academy of Magic has made a major breakthrough this time, as the chairman, I represent the company to give a special reward to the Academy of Magic. As for the amount of the reward, including Evita and Cecilia, everyone's ears perked up. They didn't understand the significance of solving these two problems, but of course they understood the reward. Based on Sui's excitement, the reward this time wouldn't be low. Sui looked over everyone's expectant faces and deliberately kept them in suspense. After pausing, he raised his voice again. 5,000 gold coins. As soon as he said this, the room became silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. After a while, Bella swallowed her saliva and asked with difficulty, Sir Chairman, you're not lying to us, right? Why would I lie to you? Sui smiled. Then, you're really going to reward us with 5,000 gold coins? Claire asked with uncertainty. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my words? Cecilia opened her mouth, but didn't ask anything in the end. Akali cheered and rushed to Sui's side. She hugged his left arm and shook it with all her might, excitedly saying, I knew that Sir Chairman is the best. Haha, that's great, that's great. A total of 5,000 gold coins. Even if we split it evenly, everyone will get a few hundred gold coins. I want to use this money to buy new clothes for myself and also buy... Looking at the excited Akali, he shook his head and carefully pulled his arm out. Just as he was about to speak, Shock suddenly said coldly, I don't want it. I didn't participate in these 2 studies. I don't have a share in this money. Chapter 177. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Shock. At this time, Eric, who was next to Shock, hesitated before shaking his head. Shock is right. We didn't participate in these 2 studies, so we shouldn't get this money. I don't want it either. Bella, who was standing next to Eric, poked him and said in a small voice, Hey, Eric, are you crazy? Everyone can get several hundred gold coins, and you don't want it? With this money, your father's illness will. Don't say any more. Eric shouted and stopped Bella from continuing. Then he looked up at Sue-E with an awkward smile. Chairman, these 2 studies have always been done by Evita and Akali. Then Bella and the other girls also participated. As for me and Shock, we didn't do anything. This money is a reward for these 2 studies, so it should be split between them. It has nothing to do with the 2 of us. Seeing Bella give him a meaningful look, Sue-E pondered for a bit before nodding. All right, what you said makes sense. Since you 2 didn't participate in these 2 studies, then it doesn't make sense to split the money with you. How about this? The reward will be split equally between the researchers who participated in these 2 studies. As for the rest, Evita, I'll give you another task. Evita looked at Sue-E with a bit of surprise. Chairman, please speak. There are more and more researchers in the Academy of Magic right now, and we need a leader, so I've decided to choose someone to be the dean. And in this research institute, other than Steele, you and Akali are the most senior. Steele rarely participates in magic research, so other than her, there's only you and Akali left. I've decided to let you be the dean. Are you willing to accept? Sue-E asked. Everyone was stunned. Evita was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. After a while, she shook her head and said, No, I'm only a normal researcher. I can't take on the role of the dean. Chairman, why don't you find someone else? For example, Cecilia. I think she's very suitable. Cecilia simply shook her head. I support Evita. I support it too. Yes, I agree. Evita is very suitable for the position of dean. Yes, that's what I think too. The others agreed, and soon they reached a consensus. Akali glared and said to Sue-E unhappily, Chairman, why is it that Evita and I have the same qualifications, but you chose her and not me? Sue-E rolled his eyes. All right, the first task I'll assign to the director is to come up with a detailed and complete reward system. Are you willing to do it? Forget it then. Akali waved her hands. Evita is more suitable for such a troublesome job. I can't do it. Everyone knew that Akali was joking. Now that they saw her reaction, they couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Sue-E turned to Evita. Look, everyone agrees that you should be the dean. Will you have to decline? But Evita gritted her teeth and hesitated for a bit. When she raised her head again, her eyes were firm. All right, since the chairman wants me to be the dean, then I'll agree. If there's anything I'm not doing well, I hope that the chairman and everyone can point it out. Everyone clapped together to congratulate Evita and confirm this matter. All right, I have some things I need to talk to the dean alone. You can all go to your own things. Sue-E waved his hand with a smile. When everyone dispersed, he signaled to Evita to follow him into the inner hall. What did Bella say about Eric's father? When they sat down, Sue-E asked Evita. I knew that the chairman would ask about this. Evita revealed a faint smile and then sighed. She replied, Eric's father has always been seriously ill and needs money to treat him. But it said that the medical fees are very large and their family can't take it out. Although his father can rely on medicine to survive, it still costs a lot of money. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have heard Akali say that he could earn 10 to 20 gold coins a month at our new flyer, and immediately came here. So it's like this. So he nodded. A few hundred gold coins is enough to treat his father's illness? Evita shook her head. It shouldn't be enough. When we were at the academy, he said that to completely cure his father's illness, it would take at least 2,000 gold coins. His family can't take out that much money, so right now his father is basically waiting for death. After saying this, a trace of sadness flashed across Evita's face. Then she looked at Sue E with an expectant look and asked, "Sir Chairman, I know that you're a very kind person. You specifically asked me about this because you want to pay for his father's illness? Do I look like a good person?" Sue E smiled and said in a low voice, "I do want to help him. After all, 2,000 gold coins isn't a large amount for me and New Flyer. We can definitely afford it. But Evita, you can see that Eric is a very prideful person. If I directly told him that I'm willing to give him 2,000 gold coins to treat his father's illness, I'm afraid he wouldn't accept it. Didn't you see that he even rejected a few hundred gold coins that were right at his fingertips?" Evita's two beautiful brows slightly knit together. Father is his closest relative. Compared to his pride, his father's life is much more important. Although Eric's actions can make others think that he has a lot of pride, he will lose the chance to treat his father. I really don't like his actions. So he looked at Evita with a bit of surprise. He found a trace of anger that couldn't be hidden on her delicate and gentle face. This was the first time he had seen Evita angry after knowing her for so long. "I also don't like his actions," Sue E said, "but this is the truth and we can't change it. Since we really want to help Eric, then we have to think about it from his point of view and how we can make him accept it." Evita looked at Sue E. "Chairman, are you serious?" Sue E was stunned. Can this kind of thing be used as a joke? Evita was a bit surprised, and her face turned slightly red. She lowered her head. "Chairman, you're right. I shouldn't have asked this." Sue E waved his hand. "This isn't a big deal. I just thought about it, and there is a method that Eric should accept. That is to create a special rescue fund for our company." "Special rescue fund?" Evita still raised her head. "What is that for?" "This thing is for the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce employees. The so-called Special Rescue Fund is for the employees of New Flyer. If they encounter any problems and need a large amount of money, they can apply to the company for this fund. Once the company verifies it, they can give the money to the employees according to the situation." Evita asked in surprise, "For free?" "Of course not. The employees who receive the Special Rescue Fund have to use their own work in the company to pay back the money they receive. For example, if your family encounters some problems and applies for 1,000 gold coins for the Special Rescue Fund, then you have to use your own salary from the company to pay it back. Of course, you can't use all of your salary to pay it back, but you have to pay back a fixed amount each month. The exact amount depends on the situation. For example, your salary is 25 gold coins a month. Now that you are the chairman, I can raise your salary to 30 gold coins a month. That way, you could take out 20 gold coins a month to pay it back. 2,000 gold coins would take a bit more than 8 years to pay it back. If your salary increases midway, you can pay it back a bit earlier." Hearing Sue Yi's explanation, Evita didn't pay attention to Sue E mentioning her salary increase. She silently calculated in her mind and found that Sue E was completely right. If there really was a special rescue fund, then for the employees of New Flyer, it would be a very important benefit. "But Chairman, I feel that there are a lot of loopholes in this. For example, if an employee applies for a large amount of the rescue fund and then leaves New Flyer without enough income to pay it back, wouldn't the fund be completely lost?" Evita asked with a frown. "You really are a meticulous girl. I didn't let you be the chairman in vain." Sue E praised with a smile before continuing. "There will definitely be loopholes, but we can gradually make up for these loopholes. No matter what, we can't just not do anything because we are afraid of these problems, right?" Evita stared blankly at Sue E with a blank expression. After a while, she suddenly sighed. "Sometimes I really envy Steel." "HM, what did you say?" Sue E was recalling the similar charity funds on Earth to see if he could find a system that could be used as a reference. He didn't hear Evita's muttering at all. "Nothing." Evita shook her head and became spirited again as she replied, "Chairman, if there's a special rescue fund, I think Eric won't be so against it. As long as we can clearly tell him that we still need him to pay it back, I think he won't think that this will hurt his pride." "Yes, that's it. But as for how to convince him, It'll have to depend on you old classmates. As for the specifics, I'll leave it all to you. Sue, he said. All right, leave it to me. Don't worry. Evita nodded. Sue, he revealed a smile. He looked outside, and a complicated look appeared on his face. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked Evita, I haven't seen Wella and Rem today. Did they go out together? No. Big sister Wella's family had some matters, and she left early in the morning. She also told us to ask for 3 days of leave when we saw you. I was busy showing you the results of my research and forgot about it. Evita answered. Something happened? What is it? Is it serious? Sue, he asked in surprise. I'm not sure. Big sister Wella didn't say. But looking at her, it doesn't seem serious. That's good. Then what about Rem? Why isn't he here? Sue, he asked again. Rem went out after Big Sister Wella left. He said he had some matters to attend to and would only be back in the afternoon. Is that so? Sue, he was silent for a bit with a hesitant expression. Evita couldn't help but ask. What is it? You suddenly asked about them. Is there something you need to talk to them about? Sui looked at Evita and calmed himself before saying with a serious look, Evita, you can't reveal what I'm talking to you about, understand? Evita was shocked and looked at Sue in shock. Seeing his serious expression, she thought for a bit before slowly nodding. All right, then I'll ask you a question first. During this time, has Rem gone out a lot? Sue asked. Evita tilted her head and thought for a bit, quite a lot. He goes out once every few days. How long does he usually go out for? Sue continued to ask. Not necessarily. He'll be gone for half a day at most, less than an hour at least. Did he say what he was going out for? No, he never said anything. After answering, Evita couldn't help but ask, Chairman, could it be? Rem, is there something wrong with him? Sui sighed and shook his head. I don't want anything to happen to him, but... All right, let's not talk about this for now. Evita, can you put on a show with me? Act. Evita was shocked again. Chapter 178. As night fell, President Rank's residence was once again brightly lit. There was no need to mention it. This was Chairman Rank's banquet. This banquet was hosted in the name of the Banta City Business Union's chairman. So, of course, the people invited were the managers of the large companies of the business union. However, it was different from the usual lively banquet. The atmosphere of today's banquet was a bit gloomy. The faces of the chairmen of the large companies were not as spirited as usual. Rather, there was a trace of irritation that was hard to hide. The chairman of the companies discussed in low voices for a bit before giving a sigh and shaking their heads at the same time. If someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation, they would have heard that the word magic fan was frequently mentioned. During this time, with the magic fan technology that Sue had shared last year, almost all the companies of the Banda City Business Union had invested in the production of magic fans. There were over 10 different brands of magic fans that appeared in Banda City and the surrounding cities. However, it had already been half a month since the first magic fan of another brand had appeared on the market, but the sales of the magic fans of all the companies were very bleak. It could even be described as tragic. If this situation continued, all the companies would suffer a large loss this time. The money invested in the production of the magic fans would be wasted like this. This was a large investment that even the large companies couldn't ignore. If they couldn't produce a single product, of course it would have a large impact. So at this business union banquet, the managers of the large companies all revealed worried looks. This scene really is rare. The only one who was still in a good mood at the banquet was the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Mun Cruz. Seeing the depressed looks of the other people at the banquet, he was even a bit happy about their misfortune. I already said it, not everyone can play with magic machines, so why did you have to squeeze in? Now that you didn't listen to my advice, you all suffer a loss, right? The Armani Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Samuel Vincent, on the side, slightly knit his brows and said, I say, Chairman Cruz, even if your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce didn't suffer a loss this time, you don't need to say such sarcastic words, right? Then again, are you really willing to give up on this magic machine business that has a lot of prospects? I'd be lying if I said I was completely willing, President Cruz replied after giving it some thought. But so what if I'm unwilling? I don't think that our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce has a strong foundation in magic machines like the New Flyer, and we don't have a genius like Sue E. So we should just focus on the construction industry that we are good at. In any case, I think the prospects of this industry will only get better and better. If we do it seriously, our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce will become a truly large chamber of commerce sooner or later. President Vincent looked at President Cruz with a strange expression. Don't tell me you've secretly reached an agreement with Sue E. So you weren't interested in making magic fans at all? President Cruz shook his head. No, I don't have an agreement with him at all. Moreover, it's the opposite of what you've guessed. Chairman Sue not only doesn't want our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to enter the magic fan market, rather he keeps asking me if I'm willing to enter. Only I'm not that stupid, being tricked by him. President Vincent's expression was a bit ugly. This time, the Armani Chamber of Commerce, under his name, had invested a bit of money to try to make magic fans, so naturally he was one of the people that had been called a fool by President Cruz. President Cruz didn't look at President Vincent's expression as he pointed at the people in the banquet and said, "Look, there are at least 30 chairmen of Banta City's large companies here. If each company under their name wants to make magic fans, then if each company buys an average of one magic fan production line, that would be close to 30. As for how much a production line costs, I think that President Vincent is more clear on this than me." President Vincent nodded. An entire production line of New Flyer costs 8,000 gold coins. It can't be considered expensive. If it's just a single production line, of course it isn't expensive. But 30? That's over 200,000 gold coins. President Cruz raised his voice a bit as he said this. Think about it. New Flyer is selling these production lines for over 200,000 gold coins. If it's a net profit, I believe that it would be over 150,000 gold coins. Do you believe it? President Vincent kept nodding with a bitter smile. Of course I believe it. New Flyer's things have always had high profits, but you can't do anything to them since only their company can make these things. So that means that just selling the production line earns you 150,000 gold coins. Not to mention when the production magic machines break, you have to find a Frestack Chamber of Commerce to repair them, which costs money. Calculating it all, New Flyer is earning at least 200,000 gold coins from this. How much can a single magic fan earn? It shouldn't be more than a single gold coin, right? 200,000 gold coins. That would mean selling 200,000 magic fans to earn that much. Do you think that many magic fans can be sold in Banta City? President Cruz asked. Of course it's impossible in Banta City, but it can be sold in other places. President Vincent was reprimanded by President Cruz and was a bit unconvinced. He refuted. Even if the people of Banta City only recognize the Shinfei brand magic fan, the people of other places in the Lampari Kingdom won't be like this. As long as we sell our magic fans to further places, I believe that there will be many people who will buy them. Think about it. When the magic fan appeared last year, the people of Banta City went crazy. The people of the other cities have never seen the magic fan before, so when they see the magic fans that we transport, they will definitely go crazy. Is that so? President Cruz revealed a faint smile, but he secretly gave a sigh in his heart. He thought that Sue E really had predicted the reactions of these people without a single mistake. Perhaps President Vincent was right. As long as the business unions companies work together and use their sales channels to transport their magic fans to various places in the Lampari Kingdom, they would definitely sell well. But like this, it would be a great help to Sue E and the New Flyer. Sue E normally chatted with President Cruz. What he hoped for the most was for the magic machines to quickly spread across the Lampari Kingdom and even the signs, letting everyone recognize and accept them, finally recognizing the new magic machines. Only like this could the market for magic machines become wider, and this piece of cake could be considered a big one. But the New Flyer had only been established for a short period of time and was still very weak, so they couldn't do this at all. So he always hoped that the other large companies could help him promote and popularize the magic machines. Now that the Banta City Business Unions companies were selling the large amount of magic fans in their inventory, they were forced to sell the magic fans to various places in the Lampari Kingdom. This was equal to helping Sue E accomplish what he wanted to see the most. Thinking of this, President Cruz's heart was suddenly shocked. When Sue E had just joined a New Flyer last year, he had shared the magic fan production technology with the business union. There were many people who had secretly laughed at him for being a fool. Looking at it now, if Sue E had already predicted this situation and made this choice, then this young man who normally had a warm and friendly smile and seemed harmless to humans and animals, he was far more terrifying than everyone imagined. Chairman Vincent didn't notice the change in President Cruz's expression. After pausing for a bit, he suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Chairman Cruz, I've heard that New Flyer is working with your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce." "That's right, the Serene Chamber of Commerce, to help you research the magic machines your company uses?" "That's right. What about it? Your Armani Chamber of Commerce is also interested?" Chairman Cruz asked back. I've heard that the magic machines of your companies are very easy to use, greatly increasing your productivity. So, I was thinking that if the New Flyer could also help us research the magic machines we can use, wouldn't that also increase our company's productivity? Your Armani Chamber of Commerce is in the cloth business, mainly making clothes. This is purely manual work. Can you use magic machines to replace it? Chairman Cruz stroked his chin as he considered this. Isn't harvesting wheat also purely manual work? If the New Flyer can invent agricultural magic machines, I feel that there shouldn't be a problem with producing cloth. Chairman Vincent said, That is possible. Anyway, the New Flyer can always make some novel things. But why are you asking me? You should be asking Sue E about this." Chairman Cruz couldn't help saying, "Aren't I talking to you about this first? Anyway, Chairman Sue isn't here yet." Chairman Vincent suddenly stopped talking and looked at the door in a daze. Chairman Cruz followed his gaze and saw a man and a woman walking in side by side. The man was naturally the Sue E they were talking about. As for the female companion besides Sue E, it wasn't a collie who Sue E brought to the business union's banquet the first time. Rather, it was the more beautiful and eye-catching Steele who was called the Banta Goddess by many people. Seeing the noisy banquet become silent when Sue E and Steele walked in, everyone's eyes were all focused on Sue E. Even Steele beside him was ignored. Chairman Cruz couldn't help feeling emotional. It had been less than a year since Sue Yi's first banquet, but the current Sue E already had the ability to make everyone focus on him. Just based on this, it was enough to prove that whether it was Sue E or the New Flyer, they were both important existences in Banta City. Chapter 179. The Business Union Banquet, this time, was to discuss how to deal with the magic fans in the stocks of the large companies. On the surface, it seemed like it was unrelated to Sue E and New Flyer, but everyone knew that to perfectly solve this problem, Sue E and New Flyer's attitude was very important. So when Sue E and Steele appeared at the banquet, although the chairmen of the large companies were dissatisfied in their hearts, they still showed a warm attitude to Sue E on the surface. However, after the business union conference officially began, this warmth immediately disappeared. A small company's chairman was the first to make a move. "Chairman Sue, you keep saying that you've shared all the materials related to the magic fan production technology. So why is it that the quality of our company's magic fans is worse than your Shinfei brand magic fans? Could it be that you're hiding something important?" Sue looked at him. "Chairman Mita, right? I am certain that I've shared all the magic fan production technology. As for the difference in quality, I can only say that your company didn't pay attention to it and it isn't related to me." Chairman Mita flew into a rage. "Nonsense. Don't forget, the production magic machines and the entire production line for our magic fans were all bought from your New Flyer. Even all the workers have been trained by your workers. So, if there's a difference in quality, it can only mean that you didn't give us the complete production technology. How is it related to us?" "Oh, is that so?" Sue revealed a smile and asked, "Chairman Mita, your company's magic fan is called the Mergen brand magic fan, right?" "Right, it's the Mergen brand. What about it?" "All right, if it's the Mergen brand magic fan, I've seen one before. If I didn't remember wrong, This magic fan's blade is a bit bigger than our Shinfei brand magic fan. Chairman Mida raised his head and said with a proud look, "That's right, it's bigger than your Shinfei brand magic fan. So the wind that our Mergen brand magic fan blows out is much bigger than your Shinfei brand magic fan, and it's much cooler." What? Chairman Su, are you regretting that you didn't make such improvements like us? Regret? He smiled and shook his head. No, why would I regret it? On the contrary, I think your change is very stupid. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. They didn't expect Su to directly use the word stupid to comment. Chairman Mida was stunned for a moment before his face darkened. Chairman Su, you can't speak carelessly. How is this change stupid? Are you sure you want to hear it? Seeing Chairman Mida nod slowly, Su continued. All right, I'll give you a rough idea. Theoretically speaking, if the rotation speed was the same, the bigger the fan blade, the bigger the wind it should blow. But President Mida, have you ever calculated the price we have to pay in order to maintain the same rotation speed for the larger blades? What price? Aren't they all the same? President Mida was stunned. Looks like you don't know anything. He shook his head gently. All right, I'll tell you. According to the tests I've done on the Mergen brand magic fan, because its blades are 13% longer and 7% wider than our Shinfei brand magic fan, it consumes around 40% more energy for each rotation compared to our Shinfei brand magic fan. And this is only theoretical data. If we compare it to the actual situation, because as the rotation speed increases, the air resistance of the fan blades will gradually increase. So as the fan blades rotate faster, the Mergen brand magic fan will consume more and more kinetic energy. Chairman Mida, can I ask you, how long can a piece of low-grade magic crystal keep the Mergen brand magic fan running at its highest speed? Hearing this question, Chairman Mida's expression became a bit ugly. After hesitating a bit, he forced himself to reply, it can last around 10 hours? The expressions of the other chairmen in the conference room became strange. This was because everyone knew that in the advertisement for the Shinfei brand magic fan, it clearly stated that a piece of low-grade magic crystal was enough to keep the Shinfei brand magic fan running at its highest speed for an entire 3 days. Before everyone made their own magic fans, they had done some experiments on the Shinfei brand magic fan and confirmed that the advertisement wasn't exaggerated at all. Compared to the Mergen brand magic fan that could only last around 10 hours, the Frestec brand magic fan had already far surpassed it just based on this point. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Chairman Mida couldn't help saying in an unconvinced voice, but our Mergen brand magic fan's wind is stronger. It's more comfortable. Strong wind doesn't mean it's more comfortable. He refuted with a faint smile. Chairman Mida, the magic fans we're making now are for people to use, so we don't need that much wind. When your Mergen brand magic fan is at its highest speed, the wind it blows out is indeed very strong, but it's too strong. It's so strong that it makes it hard for people to breathe. Do you think that this kind of effect is good for a household magic fan? Chairman Mida was silent for a bit before suddenly saying with a cold laugh, Chairman Su, I think that you're just jealous that our Mergen brand magic fan can blow out such strong wind, right? Your new flyer can't do this, and our company can. You must be worried that our company's magic fan technology is better than yours, right? As soon as his voice fell, everyone in the conference room looked at Chairman Mida like they were looking at an idiot. Did this fellow forget? Their company being able to make a new magic machine like the magic fan was completely because Su had shared the technology. Now he actually dared to say that their company's technology surpassed new flyers. Should this be called confidence? Or was it stupidity? He couldn't help smiling. All right, Chairman Mida, I admit that your Mergen brand magic fan has surpassed our Shinfei brand magic fan in terms of wind power. But I still have to give you some advice. The household magic fan has its own standards. It doesn't mean that the stronger the wind, the better it is. Our new flyer isn't doing this not because we can't do it, but rather because we aren't willing to do it. Chairman Mida gave a cold snort, clearly not believing him. Naturally was too lazy to care about what he thought as he continued. Other than that, I have to warn you that not only will the design of the Mergen brand magic fan greatly increase its energy consumption, because you've increased the area of the fan blades and haven't made any industrial improvements, it has created a large hidden danger in its overall stability and safety. If it's operated for a long time, perhaps there will be an accident. I think Chairman Mida isn't willing to see an accident like last year in Saltan City, right? Chairman Mida's expression changed. Chairman Su, are you cursing our company? No, this is just a kind reminder. I hope that you can strictly inspect each Mergen brand magic fan and try your best to avoid any accidents that can't be taken back. Su-yi said with a serious look. Other than that, I want to remind everyone that although I understand that everyone wants to improve the magic fan based on their own ideas, I have already completed the design of the production technology. However, the production technology that I've given you is actually quite complete, and I've already proposed various strict standards. If you don't follow these standards and something goes wrong, it'll be too late for regrets. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Fuller Morgan, who had been listening the entire time, gave a cold snort. Chairman Su, based on what are you asking us to do, as you say? Could it be that we can't study it ourselves? Based on what? Su-yi's eyes swept over everyone in the room, and he gave a cold laugh before proudly saying, because you don't understand. So, I'm talking about standards. The room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They could see a trace of unwillingness in each other's eyes, but most of it was helplessness. Although Su-yi's words were arrogant and overbearing, after everyone seriously thought about it, they had to admit that what he said was the truth. That's right, for something as novel as a magic machine, the only person who truly understood it was Su-yi. He was indeed qualified to say that everyone here didn't understand. As for the standards he gave, there were many companies that wanted to make some changes to their magic fans, like Chairman Mida, trying to add some new ideas and increase their sales. But facts prove that these changes didn't bring any good results. In the end, most of the companies that produced the magic fans had to follow the standards Su-yi gave them. Chairman Su, let me say a few words. After the room was silent for a bit, Chairman Rank suddenly gave a cough and attracted everyone's attention. Actually, Chairman Mida isn't blaming you, but everyone here is a bit confused. Although you did share the technology for the magic fan with the union and gave the specific standards, you didn't tell us why you had to follow these standards? If we didn't know what the consequences of this would be, naturally it would be very easy for these problems to occur. The reason why we invited you here today was to have you answer the questions in everyone's hearts. Hearing Chairman Rank's question, everyone's eyes fell onto Su-yi's face again. This was indeed the question everyone cared about the most. If they could understand the meaning behind the materials and standards Su-yi gave them and understand why they had to do this, it would without a doubt be a large boost to the research of the magic fans of the large companies. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Su-yi revealed a faint smile. He took out a thin book from his chest and placed it on the table. The questions you want to know are all in this book. Everyone looked at the book and saw that there was a row of large words on the cover, 100,000 whys about magic machines. Chapter 180. Participating in the business union's banquet could be considered a brainwashing for the managers of the other companies. With Su-yi's eloquent explanation, everyone had a completely new understanding of magic machines. Before, they treated the magic machines made by the new flyer as special inventions, products of Su-yi's sudden inspiration. However, after Su-yi's detailed explanation, everyone found that these magic machines had a common point. Moreover, they had a very large, complicated, and detailed theoretical system as a foundation. Whether it was the magic fan, the magic air conditioner, the magic rice cooker, or the other household magic machines, the production magic machines, the agricultural magic machines, or the mining magic machines that the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce was using, all of these magic machines were based on this series of magic machine theories. Only by studying this set of theories could one understand the true principles of magic machines and how to make them. If one couldn't do this, then if anyone wanted to make magic machines, they could only imitate and copy them. If one tried to make changes like Chairman Mida, they would be seeking their own death. It was because of Su Yi's explanation that everyone knew that the magic fan was just a small thing that was only several centimeters tall and weighed less than 5 kilograms. There was a wealth of theoretical knowledge contained within, and it was far from being as simple as it seemed. Just based on the fan blades, it involved the aerodynamics, spatial geometry, and simple physics that Su Yi mentioned before. The Xinfei brand magic fan's fan blade seemed like 3 pieces of iron with a special shape, but as to why it was this shape, why were there 3 pieces, why was it this size? These questions were all determined through precise theoretical calculations and countless experiments. They weren't randomly arranged. So after Su Yi finished his explanation, although everyone was confused by the large amount of words that Su Yi had said that they had never heard of before, they all understood a fact. Magic machines were a very deep subject. It wasn't as simple as everyone thought, and it wasn't something that could be easily grasped. The large companies had invested large amounts of money, manpower, and resources into this research, but there had never been a company that could compare to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products, or even a magic machine that was even slightly close. At that time, everyone thought that it was because they had been researching for too short a period of time. If they continued to invest in research, they would be able to figure out sooner or later. However, after listening to Su Yi's explanation, everyone realized that it wasn't because they didn't invest enough money or research enough time. Instead, it was because the gap between them and New Flyer was too big. It was so big that it made them despair, which led to this outcome. New Flyer had already developed a complete and complex theoretical foundation for magic machines, but their companies were still stuck at the most basic magic array research. They didn't even touch upon the most important mechanical design that Su Yi mentioned. This large gap made many small companies that understood give up on the idea of continuing to research magic machines. It also made large companies like the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce give up on wasting manpower and resources on this. Other than the New Flyer that Su Yi represented, there were a total of 28 companies that participated in the Business Union Conference. After the conference was over, there were 23 companies that announced that they would withdraw from the magic fan industry and would no longer be involved in the magic machine industry. Su Yi was very disappointed by this. He always hoped that all the companies in the Science Continent would invest in magic machine research. That way, they would be able to create a complete industrial system on the continent. But he didn't have any right to criticize the 23 companies that withdrew. After all, it took a large amount of money and manpower to research magic machines, so it wasn't a small burden for any company. After recognizing that there was a large gap between them and New Flyer that couldn't be reversed, choosing to give up was a very normal idea. Then again, from New Flyer's point of view, wouldn't it be better if there were fewer companies competing? So although Su Yi was worried that the remaining 5 companies that didn't express their stance would also withdraw, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't just jump in front of the other side and say, "Hey, come and research magic machines with me. I'll sincerely support you and give you technology, funds, and people." It would be strange if others didn't think he was crazy. "AI, my heart belongs to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch." Su Yi helplessly looked up, and after saying this, he found that it was already the morning of the next day. There was only the bright sun in the sky, and there wasn't a trace of the moon at all. "Chairman Su, you seem to be very free." There was a familiar laugh that came from behind him. "Although I don't understand what you just said, it sounds very good based on the rhythm. Can you explain what you mean?" Su Yi turned around and saw Seveni's gentle smile. "Your Highness, why are you here again? What, you don't welcome me?" Seveni revealed a faint smile. "Chairman Su, I've never heard of the language you just used before. It sounds quite good. Is it the language of your hometown? Can you tell me the meaning of the 2 sentences?" "Your guess is right. It is indeed the language of my hometown." As for the meaning, hearing Su Yi explain the meaning of the poem, Seveni's eyes sparkled as she praised. "These 2 sentences. The poem really is beautiful. Such a short sentence actually has such a rich meaning. It seems like your hometown's language is very good. If possible, please teach me. It is very hard to learn my hometown's language. I feel that you don't have that much time, Your Highness. Su-yi said with a shrug. For example, you suddenly came here this time. It definitely isn't to learn my hometown's language from me. Seveny revealed a smile. That's right. I came this time to tell you some good news. Oh, what good news? Su-yi was shocked as he asked this. The first good news is that the issue of work permits you mentioned to me last time has finally been passed by the Parliament. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 months, the kingdom will establish a new labor department, and then you can apply for work permits for the dwarves of your company. Seveny replied. Really? Su-yi was overjoyed. That is great. If the dwarven brothers of the company learn of this good news, they will definitely be happy. Now, they don't need to worry that it's inconvenient to live here, and our Frestek Chamber of Commerce can openly hire more dwarves. I have to remind you, although I know that you're hiring these dwarves to work for your company, if there are too many of them, it will attract some special attention. I hope that you will pay attention to this problem. Seveny said with a serious look. Many thanks for your Highness' reminder. I will pay attention. Su-yi quickly replied. That's good. Seveny paused before suddenly asking. Right? I've heard that your new flyer even hired a female elf named Agnes, right? Right. When you came last time, we already hired her. But she wasn't willing to appear in front of other humans, so you didn't see her. Su-yi replied. I've heard that she appeared in front of many people. So can you ask her to come out and meet me now? To be honest, I've never seen an elf before, so I'm very curious about elves. This really isn't a coincidence. Agnes is doing design work in Bana City today and isn't at Santa Manor. Su-yi said in an apologetic voice. That really is a pity. Seveny was a bit disappointed. It's fine. It's the same if you see her next time. Perhaps if you stay here for a few days, you'll naturally see her. Su-yi said with a smile. Right, you said that the work permit was the first piece of good news. Is there a second piece of good news? Of course. Seveny nodded. The second piece of good news is that the Agriculture Department's promotion of the agricultural magic machines has received a good response across the country. Almost all the nobles in the kingdom have expressed a large demand for agricultural magic machines, so your company has made less than 10,000 agricultural magic machines during this time. Now that they have all been divided, you have to speed up production. Su-yi knit his brows. What kind of good news is this? It's clearly the orders that you always mention every time you come. Let me finish. As for the demand for agricultural magic machines, the Agriculture Department has made a new estimate and has finally come to a conclusion. To popularize the agricultural magic machines across the country, you need at least 70,000 agricultural magic machines. Su-yi's eyes lit up. This means, other than the 20,000 that we haven't delivered yet, we're still missing 50,000? Seveny nodded with a faint smile. Now do you understand why I call this good news? That's right. These 50,000 agricultural magic machines still need to be completed by your new flyer. I came this time to represent my royal father and the Agriculture Department to give you another order. Su-yi thought for a bit, but he didn't reveal a happy expression. Rather, he asked with a frown, Your Highness, I'll say something unpleasant. An entire 50,000 agricultural magic machines. That's a total of over 3 million gold coins. How could His Majesty and the Agriculture Department take out that much money? It can't be that His Majesty will sell me 2 more mines, right? You're right. Royal Father can't take out the money, so he can only keep selling you mines. What? You don't want them? Of course I do. But Your Highness, what if the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce causes trouble again? Last time a small mine cost me 2 million gold coins. Could it be that His Majesty wants to use 2 smaller mines to exchange for 50,000 agricultural magic machines from our company? Su-yi asked in a dissatisfied voice. Seveny shook her head. If it's just gold coins, it's clearly better to hold a public auction like last time. But Su-yi, Royal Father, doesn't want any mines to fall into the hands of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. So this time there won't be a public auction, and it'll be sold at market price. Of course, now that the iron ore price has increased, the value of the mines will be higher than last time. I hope you understand. I understand this. But what I don't understand is that His Majesty isn't afraid of the Joel family protesting again. Su-yi asked in a confused voice. It won't happen this time. 70's gentle eyes suddenly had a cold look that was hard to see. 70 revealed a cold look they won't in the future either. Seeing 70's calm face, there was a chill that filled Su Yi's heart. Chapter 181. 70 only stayed in Banna City for 2 days this time before returning to Anvil City. Other than signing the order for 50,000 agricultural magic machines with Su Yi and discussing the details of the order, she spent most of her time in the city lord's manor. It was unknown what she was discussing with Samo Count. Only when she left, she sent people to bring several large boxes to Su Yi. Su Yi opened the box and found that there were several sets of armor and weapons that were commonly seen in the army inside. This meaning was very clear, and Su Yi immediately understood after taking a look. He immediately threw these boxes to the dwarves led by Camby, letting them study them while he focused on researching another magic machine. Time steadily entered June, and the weather began to warm up bit by bit. However, at this time, the people of Banna City were surprised to find that the various brands of magic fans that could be seen all over the streets of Banna City had all disappeared in a single night. Everyone felt that it was strange. These magic fans were clearly being sold for quite a while ago, with their prices falling again and again, almost breaking the 1 gold coin mark. So why did they suddenly disappear? Now that the weather was gradually warming up, it was a good time for families to buy magic fans. These fellows didn't take advantage of this time to earn a bit, and they all disappeared. Where did they run off to? Everyone's doubts didn't last long, because in less than 2 days, the Xinfei brand magic fan that everyone had been waiting for was finally being sold. Although after learning that the Xinfei brand magic fan's price had remained at 2 gold coins, everyone raised their doubts. They felt that since the other brands of magic fans had dropped to 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins, then the Xinfei brand magic fan should also drop in price. But when Su Yi took out the new generation Xinfei brand magic fan in front of everyone at the product announcement, all the people who had raised their doubts closed their mouths and were speechless. Unexpectedly for everyone, the new generation Xinfei brand magic fan was completely different from before. Other than the wooden base, it was completely made of pig iron. As for the frame, other than the silver leaf steel used in the new Flyer automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker, the other part was made of a material that had never been heard of before, plastic. Hearing Su Yi say the word plastic, everyone was confused since they didn't know anything about this new material. But when everyone saw Su Yi do a series of tests on the new generation Xinfei brand magic fan, they found that even if the magic fan made of this new material was a bit weaker than the magic fan made of iron, it would break if it was thrown down, but it had a very clear advantage, which was that it was very light. Although the previous Xinfei brand magic fan had a wooden base, reducing its weight, it still weighed 3-4 kilograms. For this kind of little thing, it was without a doubt very heavy. But the new generation Xinfei brand magic fan that was made of plastic weighed less than 2 kilograms and could be easily lifted with a single hand. Just in terms of weight, it had a large advantage over the previous magic fan. Other than this, the new generation magic fan's appearance was countless times more beautiful. The silver leaf steel and the light green plastic shell came together, and the entire magic fan's appearance was very smooth. It was much better looking than the previous magic fan made of iron. When the reporters at the product announcement saw this magic fan, they couldn't help calling it a work of art in their hearts. There was no need to mention it. The design of this magic fan came from the hands of the beautiful elf young Miss Agnes. Just based on this, even if the magic fan didn't decrease in price, it would increase in price. Not to mention that this time the new Flyer had launched an exchange event that made everyone's eyes light up. According to Su Yi's introduction, the meaning of this exchange event was that everyone could bring their old magic fan to the new Flyer and use the old magic fan as a part of the price to exchange for a new generation Xinfei brand magic fan for the new Flyer. If the old magic fan was completely preserved, then an old Xinfei brand magic fan could be exchanged for half a gold coin. An old magic fan of another brand could be exchanged for 30 silver coins. Just last year, The Frestac Chamber of Commerce had sold over 20,000 first-generation Magic fans and second-generation variable speed Magic fans in Banda City alone. According to the new Flyers after-sale strategy, these Magic fans were guaranteed to be repaired for 3 years. Adding in the fact that the Xinfei brand Magic fans were of good quality, there wasn't a high chance of them being damaged. So after a year, most of these Xinfei brand Magic fans could still be used. In a normal situation, families that had bought the Xinfei brand Magic fan last year wouldn't consider buying a new Magic fan. It was fine as long as they could still use it. But now that the new Flyer had launched this exchange event, they could use the old Xinfei brand Magic fan to exchange for it. Then adding in another gold coin, they could exchange for a new generation Xinfei brand Magic fan that was made with new materials that were countless times more beautiful and had stronger functions. For many families, this wasn't something that was hard to accept. Of course, if they wanted to have the same explosive sales growth as last year, it was impossible to do in Banda City where the market was already saturated. Just like the previous 2 product announcements, the new Flyers product announcement this time was the same as before, which was that other than announcing the product, there would be even more explosive news. But it was different from the news that wasn't related to the product. At this product announcement, the news that Sue-E released was at least a bit related to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. The new Flyer will be launching a small company support plan, supporting a group of small companies that are interested in researching and producing magic machines and are willing to enter the magic machine industry. The small companies that participate in this plan will receive our new Flyer support in terms of equipment, funds, and personnel. We will help these small companies become familiar with the industry as soon as possible and quickly develop. After Sue-E said this, there was an uproar in the crowd at the product announcement. What was New Flyer doing? The other companies were worried that there would be too many competitors, so they wanted their company to monopolize the industry they were in, but the New Flyer was taking the initiative to train a group of competitors. Was Sue-E crazy? Chairman Sue, why is your company launching this small company support plan? Is it related to the farmer support plan you launched before? The Karma Times vice editor-in-chief, Ryan, immediately raised his hand to ask this. Sue-E revealed a faint smile before taking a step back. This question, let's leave it to the first company participating in our plan, which is the current Chairman Freeman of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. Ireland Chamber of Commerce? The reporters of Banda City thought about it and confirmed that they had never heard of this company in Banda City before. They couldn't help curiously looking at Freeman, who had come out from behind Sue-E. When they saw Freeman's face, everyone fell into an uproar. Ryan couldn't help knitting his brows. Although he was certain that Sue-E wouldn't make this kind of joke in this kind of situation, no matter how he looked at this Freeman, he should be a normal farmer. How could he be the chairman of a company? Freeman, Mr., can I ask what kind of company your Ireland Chamber of Commerce is? Ryan asked. This was Freeman's first time standing under the stage like this in his life. With all these people looking at him, he was already very nervous. Now that he heard Ryan's question, he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He reached out to wipe it off and turned to look at Sue-E, but seeing Sue-E give him an encouraging smile, he calmed down. He turned back to Ryan and hesitated a bit before replying, Our Ireland Chamber of Commerce was established by me and several companions from Ireland Village. Right now, we're mainly producing screw bolts. Producing screw bolts? Everyone under the stage was stunned. Ryan paused before asking, May I ask, since your company is using the name Ireland, are you and your companions farmers from Ireland Village outside the city? Yes. Actually, I participated in the Big Stomach King competition last year and won the championship before meeting Chairman Sue. Freeman began to tell everyone about his experiences over the past year. At first, he was a bit stumbling and his words weren't clear, but in the end, the nervousness in his heart gradually disappeared and he gradually became more fluent. Hearing his narration, the people under the stage gradually understood the origin of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't help praising him in their hearts. This Freeman really had good luck. He just happened to participate in the Big Stomach King competition and actually obtained Sue-Ye's recognition, letting him participate in the farmer support plan and obtain a small magic harvester. Then, this normal farmer from Elan village actually used this small magic harvester to save up a bit of money. He and his bold companions made a request to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, wanting to enter the production line of magic machines. What surprised everyone the most was that Sue actually agreed to their request and even personally helped them find a place to produce screw bolts that suited them. Then, this small Ireland Chamber of Commerce relied on this small screw bolts to develop into a small company that had quite a bit of power. When Freeman finished his introduction, Sue came forward to cut in. Everyone, don't look down on this small screw bolt. I can tell everyone that our new flyer doesn't make screw bolts anymore. All the screw bolts used in our magic machines are all provided by the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. Just based on this, our new flyer's monthly expenses are over 5,000 gold coins. Chapter 182. Everyone under the stage was shocked. Although most of the people here had seen a market and didn't think that 5,000 gold coins was a large amount, it was still a small amount for a company like this. But this number wasn't big for a large company like the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. For a small company like the Ireland Chamber of Commerce that was made up of several farmers, this was a large number that they didn't dare imagine before. President Freeman, may I be so bold as to ask, how much money does your company make from these 5,000 gold coins each month? Another reporter below the stage asked. How much? Freeman scratched his head and revealed a simple smile. I'm not too clear, but I've heard Kovacs say that last month we earned over 500 gold coins from Chairman Sue. Only 500 gold coins. Everyone under the stage let out a sigh of relief. If this Ireland Chamber of Commerce that suddenly appeared had a high profit margin, casually earning several thousand gold coins a month, that would be shocking. But it was only 500 gold coins. Wasn't that unacceptable? Then Chairman Freeman, how many employees does your company have right now? That reporter wanted to get to the bottom of this. Including me, there are a total of 6 people right now. Freeman replied. 6 people? Everyone silently calculated in their hearts, but they were still a little surprised. According to what Freeman said, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce earned over 500 gold coins last month, and their company only had 6 people, including him. If they divided it evenly, each person would earn close to 100 gold coins. Although from the perspective of a company, this income was a bit shabby and couldn't be seen in public. If it was an individual income, this income was considered a high income in Banda City. Moreover, based on Freeman's answer, they were just normal farmers from the Ireland village outside the city. After farming for a year, they wouldn't earn more than 100 gold coins, but now they could earn this in a single month. This was an explosive increase in income. Thinking of this, many people under the stage looked at Freeman with gazes filled with envy and dissatisfaction. These fellows were just normal farmers from outside the city, but they could earn close to 100 gold coins a month from producing screw bolts, so why couldn't they do the same? Seeing the glow in the eyes of everyone under the stage, Sue couldn't help revealing a faint smile. Actually, although what Freeman said was the truth, he didn't tell them the entire truth. Actually, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce didn't just supply the new flyer with screw bolts. Because the other large companies of the city had invested in producing magic fans in the past 2 months, the demand for screw bolts had greatly increased. According to what Freeman told Sue before, they had sold over 2 million screw bolts of various sizes last month. Even though the profit from each screw bolt was only a dozen or so copper coins, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce had earned over 1,000 gold coins last month with the support of such a large number of screws. Freeman's group of 6 people, they could earn close to 200 gold coins. However, even though he only revealed less than half of the amount, it was enough to move the hearts of the people below the stage. From the looks of it, Freeman's appearance this time was much more effective than he had expected. Like this, it would greatly help the new flyer's small company support plan. Chairman Sue, can you tell us how this small company support plan is implemented? As expected, the reporters immediately skipped Freeman and began asking Sue questions. Sue revealed a smile and took the podium that Freeman gave up. He looked at the excited crowd under the stage and said in a clear voice, The implementation is like this. Our new flyer will first investigate the small companies that apply to participate. After an entire hour, the product announcement finally ended. When they left the product announcement, whether it was the citizens of Banda City who came to watch the excitement or the reporters who came to find news, they all had excited looks on their faces. The new flyer really was a company that had invented something as novel as the magic machine. Even the policies they implemented were novel. The farmer support plan from before had already surprised everyone and proved that this farmer support plan had brought great benefits to the farmers outside Banda City. Now that they were implementing this small company support plan, there was no doubt that it would bring a large change to Banda City. If what Sui said just now was true, there would be earth-shattering changes inside and outside Banda City. Thinking of all the new things and changes that appeared in Banda City this year were all brought by the new flyer, or more accurately, they were all brought by Sui. Everyone couldn't help praising Sui in their hearts. After the product announcement ended, Sui didn't have time to enjoy everyone's praises. As soon as the product announcement ended, there were a bunch of people who came in front of him, wanting to ask him about the details of the small company support plan. There were also quite a few people who wanted to join the small company support plan, hoping that the new flyer would support them. There were just too many people, and Sui was a bit overwhelmed. It seems like I'll have to hire a spokesperson sooner or later. This helpless thought passed in Sui's mind. He suddenly saw a person walk in from the corner of his eyes and raised his hands as he loudly said, "Everyone, don't be anxious." As for the details of the small company support plan, we will publish it in the Banda Times in the next few days. At the same time, we will announce it outside our new flyer service center. Other than this, the Lord City Lord has expressed his support for this plan, so we will also announce the details of the Lord's announcement in the city square. I ask everyone to take a look. Hearing Sui say this, the people around him finally calmed down. There were some reporters who wanted to keep asking Sui, but they saw Sui push through the crowd and walk to the side of the person who had just walked in. These reporters recognized that this person was the current editor-in-chief of the Banda Times, so they tactfully stopped moving. Whether it was the reporters in Banda City or the surrounding cities, they all knew that Chairman Sui and the founder of the Banda Times had a special relationship, so the new flyer had a close relationship with the Banda Times. Many of the news related to the new flyer were first reported by the Banda Times, and the other newspapers would only receive the news later. Now that Sui was meeting with Nashi, it was clear that he was prepared to reveal some special news to the Banda Times. In front of the envious gazes of the reporters, Nashi came forward to Sui. His expression wasn't happy at all, rather it was very serious. He came to Sui's side and said in a low voice, "Big brother Sui, we found that person." Sui's face sunk a bit before revealing a smile again. He patted Nashi's shoulder and pointed at the inner hall behind the press conference hall. "Come, let's talk inside." The two walked into the inner hall, and Sui was silent for a bit before asking Nashi, "Where did you find him? Did Rem go see him again?" According to the reports of the brothers, Rem went to see that person this morning. The two stayed in the room for half an hour before Rem left. Nashi replied with a nod. Sui gave a soft snort, and a trace of anger flashed on his face as he asked, "Where is that person now?" After seeing Rem, he left Banda City. I've already had a brother follow him, and based on the reports, that person should be heading in the direction of Sultan City. Sultan City? Sui slightly knit his brows. It can't be those fellows who haven't given up, right? After thinking for a bit, Sui shook his head. His expression returned to normal as he said to Nashi with a smile, "All right, Nashi, it's been hard on you and your brothers. You are the Banda Times' chief editor, but I've had you do these things. It really is a bit of a waste of talent." "What is Big Brother Sui saying?" Nashi said in a surprised voice. If it wasn't for Big Brother Sui's suggestions and help, this Banda Times wouldn't have been established. Me and my brothers would still be idling at home. How could we be as full and interesting as we are now? Speaking of this, we're the ones thanking you. So helping you with these things is something we should do. After saying this, Nashi looked around in a mysterious manner. He came closer to Sui and asked in a low voice, Big Brother Sue, actually I feel that this matter doesn't need to be this troublesome at all. Since you're certain it's that brat, how about we just catch him and have someone teach him a lesson? I don't believe that he won't tell us everything. I say, you are the chief editor of the Bandit Times. You are considered an important person in Bandit City. Why do you still like to use brute force to solve things? Sui scolded with a smile before shaking his head and saying, although your method is simple and effective, the most important problem isn't him. Rather, it's the people behind him. Nashi thought for a bit before nodding. That's right. If we don't catch those fellows behind him, there will be trouble in the future. Sui gave a sigh, thinking that the trouble definitely wasn't this small. Even if this matter could be solved, New Flyer would still meet all kinds of problems. Of course, this was something that New Flyer would have to face as they grew, so they couldn't avoid it even if they wanted to. Moreover, this was only a small problem. As New Flyer grew stronger, the problems they would meet would become bigger and bigger. Sui strangely thought of a line from The Song of the Stormy Petrel. Come, let the storm come stronger. Chapter 183. The storm was indeed coming for the New Flyer. But this storm didn't bring trouble. Rather, it brought countless citizens of Bandit City who wanted to become rich overnight. After the product announcement, the New Flyer's small company support plan was widely publicized by the newspapers of the city, adding in the fact that the City Lord Manor had put up notices in the city square. In just a few short days, everyone in Bandit City knew about this. After learning that a few farmers from Ireland Village could earn over 100 gold coins a month by participating in this plan, the citizens of Bandit City instantly went wild. In just a single night, there were countless companies with strange names that appeared in Bandit City. Then these small companies that suddenly appeared all asked the New Flyer to join the small company support plan. In just a short 3 days, there were over 1,000 companies that applied to join this plan. Although most of them were new companies that had applied in just a few days, there were also some small companies that had already existed in Bandit City. Faced with such a large number of applications, the City Lord Manor officials sent by Count Samo to help the New Flyer with this plan were even more tired than dogs. They worked from morning to night, every day, and they didn't even have more than 5 hours of sleep. It was a good thing that the New Flyer had already made a set of detailed criteria before releasing this plan. Any small company that didn't meet the criteria wouldn't accept an application, which saved them quite a bit of trouble. The most basic one was that the small companies that applied to join the small company support plan had to have the most basic proof of funds. The lower limit of this amount was temporarily set by Sui at 200 gold coins. Just with this, half of the 1,000 companies that applied were eliminated. Adding in the other criteria, there were only 200 companies that passed the small company support plan in the end. However, when the over 200 small companies learned that even if they participated in the small company support plan, they couldn't make complete magic machines like the magic fan, the magic rice cooker, the magic bread maker, and other magic machines. They could only choose to make parts for these magic machines. Over half of the small companies chose to withdraw. In the end, there were only 87 small companies that insisted on participating in the small company support plan. Sui, when you said that you would give the screw bolts to Freeman's group to make, I didn't think it was anything since the screw bolts aren't that important. But now you're telling me that you're planning on giving these parts to these small companies to make. Hey, are you planning on dismantling our household magic machine workshop? As Sui's prestige in the company increased, in the New Flyer, the only one who wouldn't hesitate to criticize Sui was Heinz. Today wasn't the day he was supposed to return to Bandit City, but when he saw the report on the small company support plan in the Karma Times, he couldn't help running back. It was for no other reason than to question Sui, who said that I wanted to dismantle the household magic machine workshop. Sui looked at him with a confused gaze. Heinz looked at Heinz with a confused look. I say, you came back today just for this? Heinz pointed at the representatives of the 87 small companies that were being led around the household magic machine workshop by Encato and angrily said, could it be that it isn't? This workshop is just making these parts and then assembling them. If you're going to give these parts to those small companies that I've never heard of, what is the use of this workshop? Is it just simply assembling these parts each day? Wait, Heinz, I found that there's a problem with your logic. He said with a frown. Even if I give these parts to those small companies, why does it mean that this workshop has nothing to do? Nonsense. These things are what our household magic machine workshops workers do. If you give it to others, of course our workers have nothing to do. Heinz angrily said. Who said? Oh, I understand. He patted his head and reached out to grab Heinz's shoulder as he said with a laugh. It's my fault that I didn't make it clear to you. How should I put it? I'll tell you first. Even if these 87 small companies join in the production of parts, it won't affect the work of our company at all. I'm certain of this, so you don't need to worry. Although Heinz was angry, he knew that he wouldn't joke with him in this situation. He couldn't help asking in a confused voice, what is going on? Speak clearly. It's like this. Look, first, you were the person in charge of this workshop before, so I think that you should be clear that there has always been a bottleneck in the household magic machine workshop's production capacity. The reason for this bottleneck is that our production speed can't catch up to our assembly speed, right? He asked. Heinz thought about it before nodding. That's right. But before I left, I adjusted the ratio of the workers and did my best to keep it the same. Could it be that after I left, that kid Encado changed it again? That didn't happen. Encado has done his work very well, so you don't need to worry. But you have to think about it. Although you did adjust the ratio and increase the overall efficiency, isn't this just a compromise? He asked. Then what do you want to do? You said it yourself. The production speed of the workers can't catch up to the assembly speed. We can't just hire a group of workers to focus on producing parts, right? We don't have that much space right now unless... Heinz was suddenly stunned. After thinking about it, he looked at in surprise. Hey, could it be that you want to use these small companies to replace the workers and space that we need? He nodded with a smile. Not bad. You finally understood. Heinz looked at the representatives of the small companies in the distance, and after thinking for a while, he knit his brows again. That still isn't right. Although letting them process the parts can save us a lot of manpower and space, since these parts are processed and produced by them, if we buy from them, they will definitely make a profit. If that happens, won't our profits decrease? He chuckled. Heinz, let me ask you a question. Previously, when we produced a number 3 screw, how much did it cost? Heinz was startled, and he stared at How would I know? You should ask Seabass. I already asked, so I know. Let me tell you. According to Seabass estimates, the cost of producing a number 3 screw is between 25 to 30 copper coins. He said. That's not right, is it? The number 3 screw is so small and only uses a small amount of pig iron. How could it cost 25 to 30 copper coins? Heinz said in a confused voice. The pig iron is just the material cost, but if we calculate the actual cost, we also need to add in the cost of manpower, the cost of the magic thread rolling machine, and various other factors, so the final estimate is this much. He explained. All right, even if it's this much, how is this related to my previous question? Heinz asked. Of course it is. Now you know that it costs around 25 to 30 copper coins to produce a number 3 screw. But do you know how much it costs for us to buy a number 3 screw from the Ireland Chamber of Commerce? He asked back. I really didn't know about this. But thinking about it, they also need to make money, so a number 3 screw should be around 35 copper coins. If it's more, you definitely won't agree. He revealed a faint smile and shook his head. You're wrong. If we buy a number 3 screw from the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, it only costs 23 copper coins. That's impossible. Heinz immediately refuted in a surprised voice. Could it be that they don't make money? No, it's the opposite. They can still make money. According to my estimates, if they sell a number 3 screw for 23 copper coins, they can make around 5 copper coins. He said. How is that possible? Heinz was completely shocked. Heinz was completely stunned. We spend 25 to 30 copper coins to make a number 3 screw, so why can't they even use 20 copper coins? Could it be that they do it better than us? Seeing Heinz's excited expression, Sue-E knew that this must have hurt Heinz's pride as the previous household magic machine workshop director, so he patted his shoulder and said, "This isn't related to you. It's because our new flyer's employee benefits are better, so we invest more in manpower." As for the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, they are the boss of the company and also have employees, so they can ignore manpower. Naturally, they can lower their overall cost compared to us. Then what about the quality of the screw they make? If it's not as good as what we make, I'm still against you doing this, Hines said in an unconvinced voice. It's a pity the quality of the screw they make is even a bit better than what we make. He helplessly spread his hands. It can't be, right? Why is that? Hines's face was filled with disbelief. It's very simple. It's because they are professional. He gave a shrug as a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. I only sold them a few magic thread rolling machines and some related equipment, as well as teaching them how to make screw bolts, but I never thought that they would keep improving during this time. The quality of the screw bolts they make now are already quite good. It's even better than mine. In short, it's very good. It definitely meets the requirements of our company. Hines was in a daze as he looked at the representatives of the small companies who were looking at the magic thread rolling machines in the distance. After muttering a few words, he suddenly asked Sue, "I can understand why you gave the parts to these small companies, but Sue, aren't you worried that these small companies will grow up one day and steal all of our new flyers' business?" He revealed a faint smile. "If they can really do this, I will definitely raise both hands to welcome them." Seeing the sincere smile on Su Yi's face, Hines painfully patted his head. "I forgot that you're a lunatic." Chapter 184. After half a month of training in the new flyer, of the 87 small companies that passed the small company support plan, there were 63 that chose to sign a contract with the new flyer. According to the agreement, they would receive some production magic machines from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce in installments. They would use them to make the components the Frestac Chamber of Commerce wanted them to make, and when they sold these components to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, they had to sell them at the price set by the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. Although these terms seemed a bit overbearing, if one carefully calculated it, the conditions that the new flyer gave them were very reasonable. First, the price set by the new flyer left enough profit for the 63 small companies. With a rough calculation, each small company could earn at least 500 gold coins just from the component orders of the new flyer each month. If the orders of the new flyer increased, the money that these small companies earned would naturally increase. Not to mention that this contract only lasted for 5 years. This meant that after 5 years, when these small companies sold the components to the new flyer, the price wouldn't be set by the new flyer, and they could set their own prices. So in less than a month since the new flyer announced the small company support plan, there were 63 small companies that specialized in magic machine components that appeared in Bandit City. It was different from the factories of the new flyer that took up over a hectare. The workshops of these small companies could only be considered small workshops. There were many small companies that rented a small warehouse and placed the magic production machines they bought from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce in there. Then they hired a few people and began their production. Because the magic machines made quite a bit of noise when processing components and adding in the high rent in the city, these small companies all chose to rent warehouses outside Bandit City. And because the components they produced were all for the new flyer, these small companies naturally chose to rent near Santa Manor. Seeing the peaceful Santon Manor that could be used as a holiday resort being drowned out by all kinds of noise, like it had turned into a large construction site, he couldn't help feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He was planning on moving all the factories to the Falling Rain Valley after he finished developing it. He would turn Santon Manor into the new flyer's research center, specializing in designing and researching the various magic machines of a new flyer. With the quiet environment here, it should be very suitable for researchers to gather their minds. But now, with a strange combination of factors, Santon Manor had turned into a small industrial area. Moreover, He was certain that with the development of the new flyer, this industrial area would also expand, and it wouldn't return to its previous peaceful environment. Thinking of this, He couldn't help complaining about the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. If the road to the falling rain valley could have been built a bit faster, Santon Manor wouldn't have become like this. I say, Chairman Sue, isn't it too unreasonable for you to blame me like this? Hearing Su Yi's complaints, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Mun Cruz immediately complained. It's clearly you who has strict requirements for the quality of the road, and our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce is just following your requirements. In order to maintain the quality, we have slowed down our speed, seeking perfection. Now you're complaining about the speed being slow. Isn't this too unreasonable? I'm just casually saying it, don't mind it. Seeing that Chairman Cruz was a bit dissatisfied, Su Yi wiped his face and said with a smile, "Quality is the most important thing. Everything else can be put behind. This is our Lampari kingdom. It is also the first road in the signs. If it is built well, your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce will leave a mark in the history of the signs. If it isn't built well, you might leave behind a bad reputation. My strict requirements for quality are also for your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce." "I'm more clear on this than you," Chairman Cruz replied as his expression became serious. "That's right. It is very important if this road is built well. Not to mention leaving a mark in the history of the signs. Just speaking of the present, the First and Carriage Company's Chairman Pompey came to find me and asked me how much it would cost to build this road to the falling rainforest. I think his meaning is that he wants to invest in the road himself." The First and Carriage Company? Su Yi was surprised. After thinking about it, he said with a nod, "That's right, their company is in the road transport business, so of course they want the road to be better. It isn't strange for them to care about the road. But the construction of the road is for the Lampari Kingdom's government to worry about, so it isn't their turn to care about it. The problem is that we all know that the kingdom has no money. Even if His Majesty wants to build a road, he can't take out that much money." Chairman Cruz spread his hands and helplessly said, "So when Chairman Pompey asked me where the money for the road came from, I told him that your new flyer funded it all. So Chairman Pompey didn't keep asking." "What? Was he scared off by the cost of building the road?" Su Yi asked with a smile. Chairman Cruz rolled his eyes at Su Yi. "Nonsense. It cost your new flyer over 100,000 gold coins to build this road that is only 50 kilometers long. If you want to connect all the cities in the Lampari Kingdom with roads, it might cost over 10 million gold coins. Which company do you think can take it out? If one company can't take it out, they can stop 10, 100, or even 1,000 companies from taking it out. Many a little makes a mickle, so naturally we can build a road network." Su Yi said in an uncaring voice. "You think it's simple, other than your new flyer. That thing, which company would spend money to build a road and do something so thankless?" Chairman Cruz said, "That might not be the case. Didn't you say a few days ago that Chairman Morgan found you and wanted you to help them build a road from the mines under their company to Banda City? That's different. Building a road from the mines to Banda City can make it faster and more convenient for them to transport the or to Banda City. In the end, it can save on the consumption of the road. Actually, it's the same as the road you built. It's all for the benefit of your company. Otherwise, what would you do it for? So the core is whether there are benefits or not. What if I told them that building a road wouldn't lose money and would rather make money?" Su Yi said with a mysterious look. "Make money?" Chairman Cruz looked at Su Yi in a daze. "What kind of joke is this? How can this thing make money? You don't believe me?" Su Yi laughed. Su Yi gave a laugh. "In a few days, the king will send someone to find you and have your company build the road. If you have the skills, you can reject them." Chairman Cruz looked at Su Yi with wide eyes. His first reaction was that Su Yi was joking with him. Everyone was clear on the financial situation of the kingdom. How could they take out money to build roads? But his reason told him that Su Yi wouldn't joke about this matter. Could it be that this was true? Seeing Su Yi's mysterious smile, Chairman Cruz fell into chaos. Hashtag. After entering July, the weather began to heat up. As the temperature increased, the desire of the people of Banda City to buy magic fans gradually increased. It was different from a month ago. There weren't any other brands of magic fans in Banda City. There was only the Shinfei brand magic fan left. Of course, even if there were other brands of magic fans, compared to the incomparably beautiful appearance of the Xinfei brand magic fan. They couldn't be taken out at all. Because of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's old exchange event, many families that had bought magic fans last year chose to use this event to exchange their old magic fans for the new generation Frestech brand magic fans after careful consideration. According to Seabass statistics from last month, in June, the new Xinfei brand magic fan sold a total of 6,472 units, of which close to half were sold because of the old exchange event, which was over 3,000 units. It should be said that this sales volume was much worse compared to last year, but it was still within the expectations of everyone in the company. After all, the magic fan was not a one-time use item. One could be used for several years after buying one, so no one would exchange it for nothing. Banta City was only a small city with a population of over 50,000, so the market was already saturated. Naturally, it wouldn't have the same explosive sales as last year when the magic fan was first introduced. If it wasn't for the new Xinfei brand magic fan being too beautiful and also having the support of the old exchange event, the sales volume this year would have been terrible. The new Flyers' response to this was very simple, which was to work hard to expand the market. They would spread the new Flyers products to more cities in the Lampari Kingdom. Only it took time to establish a sales channel. Although the new Flyer had already built a solid foundation in Banta City, Karma City, and Saltan City, easily selling their products in these three cities, if they wanted to spread to the further Canberra City, Norton City, and even Kramer City, it would take quite a bit of effort. Compared to this, it was much easier for the Lampari Kingdom's capital Anvilmar City that was even further away from Banta City than Kramer City. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce's shop that Victor's group had set up in Anvilmar City was very popular right now. Each time the household magic machines from Banta City were all sold out in a short period of time. While earning large amounts of gold coins for Victor's group, it also deeply rooted the Xinfei brand in the hearts of the people of Anvilmar City. Su even seriously considered opening a Xinfei factory outside Anvilmar City like he did in Karma City, producing Xinfei brand household magic machines on the spot. However, after hearing Su Yi's plan, 70 who came to Banta City for business looked at Su Yi and shook her head with a firm look. No. Chapter 185. Why not? Su Yi looked at 70 in surprise before asking with knit brows. Your Highness, our new Flyer is a proper company. Isn't it normal to open a factory in the capital? Why not? 70 shook her head. It isn't that you can't, accurately speaking, the timing isn't right. Timing isn't right? Su Yi knit his brows even more. Your Highness, I don't understand what you mean. From my point of view, the development of our new Flyers household magic machines in Banta City has been severely restricted by the market, so we should be developing at this time. How could the timing not be right? I'm not talking about business timing, but rather other timing. 70 took a deep look at Su Yi before seriously saying, Su Yi, believe me, after seeing the changes the agricultural magic machines have brought to the farmland, I hope more than anyone that your Frestech Chamber of Commerce can develop. So please believe me, my advice or warning to you is beneficial to you and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the sincere expression on 70's face, Su Yi was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. All right, I believe you. Hearing Su Yi call her you, 70 revealed a smile. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. All right, let's talk about business now. Royal Father has already seen the National Road Network plan you proposed, and he is very supportive of this plan. Moreover, Count Samo had already reported to him that your company was building this road, and Royal Father had already paid attention to it. Now that he has seen your plan, he is very happy and praises you for not only thinking about your company, but also thinking about the entire Lampari Kingdom. Only the kingdom's finances can't take out the money. Su Yi asked with a smile. 70 couldn't help smiling. That's right. You should be clear on the kingdom's finances. They indeed can't take out more money to complete the road network plan you proposed. As for your proposal, after saying this, 70's smile disappeared, and she deeply knit her brows. This Father doesn't agree with the idea of toll booths. He said that since the road was to be built, it was for the convenience of the kingdom's citizens. Why did they have to build a toll station and make everyone on the road have to pay for it? This method is simply exploiting the kingdom's citizens. Exploitation? Su'i laughed. Your Highness, I deeply respect and appreciate His Majesty's care for the kingdom's citizens. However, I have to say that His Majesty's understanding of the roads is a little shallow. Building toll stations isn't an exploitation of the kingdom's citizens. On the contrary, it's a great policy to improve the living standards of the kingdom's citizens. I know that you aren't a greedy merchant, so you must have your own reasons for proposing this. 70 relaxed and calmly looked at Su'i. Although I don't agree with the idea of setting up toll stations and collecting tolls, I'm willing to listen to your thoughts. Her Highness is indeed open-minded, Su'i said with a nod. If you want to completely explain this matter, it will take a long time, so I'll simply ask you a few questions. First, Your Highness, isn't building a road network very beneficial to the kingdom? Yes. Although I can't completely understand the situation you describe in the plan, I'm certain that the roads will bring great benefits to the kingdom's traffic. Second question, does the kingdom's finances not have enough money to build a road network? Yes. Third question, is it possible to have the private companies pay for the roads? This, 70 hesitated a bit. It's possible, but it has to be strictly monitored by the kingdom. Moreover, after it's finished, the roads will belong to the kingdom's officials. Look, the problem is very simple now. Since the kingdom needs to build roads to improve traffic and the kingdom doesn't have the money, isn't it normal to ask the private companies to pay for the roads? As for building toll stations and collecting tolls, this can be considered compensation for the private companies. To put it simply, it's equal to the kingdom's finances temporarily borrowing money from the private companies and using their future earnings to pay it back. Your Highness, why do you and His Majesty feel that this plan isn't good? 70 fell silent and thought for a bit before saying in an awkward voice, the reason why my royal father and I don't agree to this plan is mainly because collecting tolls from the citizens, this reputation isn't good. Su'i directly pointed out what she was thinking. 70 nodded with an awkward expression. That's very simple. When building the roads, announce which company is paying for the roads. They didn't say before, but when building toll stations, tell everyone that this is what the company wants to do and it isn't related to anyone else. To put it simply, it's to remove His Majesty and the royal family from this matter and let the company building the roads have a bad reputation. I think that like this, it won't affect His Majesty and the royal family's reputation. 70 was stunned before looking at Su'i and seriously asking, Chairman Su, are you insulting me and royal father? Our Lampuri royal family isn't someone who isn't willing to take responsibility. Su'i waved his hand with a smile. Your Highness, you don't need to treat this matter this seriously at all. For many companies, it's fine as long as they earn money. Their reputation isn't important. For example, our new flyer. 70 looked at Su'i with a complicated expression. It was praise, regret, admiration, and even a bit of intoxication. Finally, she gave a sigh. Chairman Su, when you proposed this plan, did you already plan this step? Pretty much. Su'i looked at 70's expression and couldn't help saying with a smile, Your Highness, you really shouldn't think that I'm losing out on this matter. Actually, in the long run, the benefits that new flyer and I will gain from this will be much bigger than you can imagine. I hope it's like this, 70 said with a sigh. Chairman Su, I've always looked down on those merchants whose heads are filled with gold coins, but I have to admit that they have abilities that I don't have. Now, not only do I admire your abilities, I also sincerely hope that your new flyer can become stronger and stronger, or rather, you can earn more and more money. Many thanks for your Highness blessings. We definitely will. 70 suddenly came this time to discuss the matter of building the road. The main reason was for the production magic machines that Camby and the other dwarves were developing. After close to 2 months of research, Camby, and the other dwarves had finally developed 3 kinds of magic punch forging machines that could be used to make armors. Seeing the iron plates being pressed into various shapes by the magic punch forging machines, and then after a simple assembly, a set of armor was formed. Sebony couldn't help opening her eyes wide in shock. When she was in Anvilmar City, she had seen the process of the blacksmiths creating a set of armor. Even if it was the most common standard armor, it would take a blacksmith nearly an entire day from the beginning of the smelting process to the end of the forging process to the final assembly of a complete set of armor. Sometimes if there was a problem, it might not even be finished in a single day. But in front of Sebony's eyes, these magic punch forging machines took less than half an hour to create a set of armor. Then, after around 10 minutes of assembly by Camby, a set of armor was completed. Moreover, according to Su Yi's explanation, this was to let Sebony see more clearly, so the magic punch forging machines were a bit slower. If they went all out with the efficiency of these magic punch forging machines, they could create 50 sets of armor in an hour. Even if they only worked 8 hours a day, they could make 400 sets of armor. Chairman Su, what is the cost of producing these sets of armor? Sebony asked the most important question. Cost? Su Yi looked at the completed set of armor in Camby's hand and said with a shrug, other than the cost of the materials used to create the armor, it's just the people needed to operate the magic punch forging machines. As for the other costs, all right, it also consumes quite a few magic crystals. Sebony's eyes lit up. Then isn't this equal to no cost? Su Yi revealed a faint smile. If it's compared to the blacksmiths, it can be said like this. Seeing Sebony's look of disbelief, Su Yi said, "No need to be surprised. Your Highness, this is the power of industry. Didn't you see it with the agricultural magic machines?" The power of industry. Sebony looked at the set of armor in Camby's hand and couldn't help falling into deep thought. If the magic punch forging machines developed by New Flyer were to be used in large amounts, the production speed of armors and weapons would greatly increase and the cost would greatly decrease. Like this, the kingdom's soldiers wouldn't need to worry about not having weapons or armor to wear, and the battle strength of the kingdom's army would greatly increase. As long as the Lampari kingdom had enough military strength, although they couldn't compare to the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire, at least they could protect themselves from the surrounding countries. As long as they could maintain the peace of the Lampari kingdom and let the kingdom develop healthily, Royal Father's hard work wouldn't be wasted. Thinking of the kingdom's development, Sebony's eyes couldn't help falling onto Su Yi, who was talking to Camby. Coming to Bana City this time, Sebony found that there was a large change in Bana City. Everyone in Bana City seemed to be busy, and everyone seemed to have a lot of work to do. The entire city was filled with an optimistic aura. It was completely different from the slow and lifeless atmosphere from before because of how far away it was. When they came to the Sandton Manor, where the Frestack factory was, they found that this place had already become a giant construction site. Around the Sandton Manor, there were countless large and small workshops that were filled with the sounds of machines that kept coming out. Everyone on the road was very busy, but they all had happy smiles on their faces. What had changed these people changed this city. Sebony had been thinking about this the entire time, and after hearing what Su Yi said, she suddenly understood. Yes, it was like Su Yi said, it was the power of industry that changed the people of Bana City and changed the entire Bana City. And in the places that Sebony could see, the power of industry had changed Karma City, Saltan City, Canberra City, and Norton City. Not far in the future, the power of industry would definitely change Kramer City, Anvilmar City, and finally the entire Lampari Kingdom. When this power spread throughout the Lampari Kingdom, Sebony believed that the Lampari Kingdom at that time would definitely shock the entire continent. Chapter 186. There was finally a rainstorm last night, and it instantly washed away the heat of summer. It also washed all over Bana City, making the entire city feel much fresher. However, as soon as the sun rose from the horizon, the temperature quickly rose. Once again, the inside and outside of the city were brought into the summer heat that should have been there. Early in the morning, Sue brought Steele out of the house. After they had breakfast together, the two of them strolled around Banta City. Even if he was busy with various things during this time, Sue would still take out a day or half a day to be with Steele. After all, when it came to dating, it was meaningful for two people to be alone together. But shopping with Steele was actually a very boring thing for Sue because as an engineering student, he couldn't understand why Steele would stay in a clothing store for close to an hour, even trying on all the clothes in the store before stopping, only buying one or two pieces in the end. According to Sue's thoughts, the so-called clothes were just used to cover the body and protect against the cold. There was no difference in what one wore. It was currently summer, and if this was Earth, unless it was necessary, Sue would just pick a t-shirt and shorts to wear and wouldn't care about anything else. Of course, he had already been severely criticized by his female colleagues on Earth, so now that he was shopping with Steele, even if he wasn't willing, he still chose to obediently close his mouth and let Steele pull him around to try on clothes. It was worth mentioning that the Sign's continent's technology was far worse than Earth's, but it wasn't lacking in terms of clothing. Just this clothing store that was less than 100 square meters was filled with dazzling items. There were over 200 different kinds of female summer clothes, which dazzled Sue's eyes when he saw it all. Seeing Sue's helpless look and standing in the store at a loss, Steele revealed a bright smile and said, "All right, just wait patiently. Anyway, this store is much cooler than outside, so it's better to stay here than on the streets." With Steele's reminder, Sue finally reacted. The temperature in this clothing store was much lower than outside, so it was much cooler. Looking around, he found a magic air conditioner on the wall to the right that kept blowing cool air into the store. There was no need to mention it. It was the Shinfei brand. Seeing Sue's eyes fall onto the magic air conditioner, the store owner, who hadn't left since Sue and Steele walked in, said with a smile, "Chairman Sue, your Shinfei brand magic air conditioner really is easy to use. Ever since we started using it, our store has always been this cool. As a result, our business has become much better." "Oh, is it because there are many people coming to your store to cool off?" Sue asked with a smile. "It should be." The store owner was a woman who was around 30 years old. She looked very friendly with a smile on her round face, so perhaps it was related to her store's good business. "Think about it. Our store is cool, but after staying for so long, it's embarrassing to not buy anything, right?" Sue couldn't help saying with a smile, "Are you warning me that I can't leave empty-handed?" The store owner laughed. "How could that be? Chairman Sue, who are you and young Miss Steele? How could I dare warn you? But Chairman Sue, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Since you're here today, can you answer me?" "Oh, what is it?" "Feel free to ask." The store owner nodded. She pointed at the magic air conditioner on the wall and said, "Look, isn't the outside of this magic air conditioner a bit rusty?" Sue looked at the magic air conditioner on the wall and found that although the outer shell of the magic air conditioner had been wiped several times, there were still quite a few rust spots. He gave a nod. There is indeed quite a bit of rust. It seems like you've bought this magic air conditioner for quite a while, right?" I bought it when your new flyer released the magic air conditioner last summer," the store owner replied. Sue looked at her in surprise. "Oh, then your eyes really aren't bad, and you're willing to spend money. It's no wonder your store's business is so good. You have to know, when our new flyer released the magic air conditioner last summer, the sales weren't that high. 20 gold coins for one. My heart ached when I bought it last year. Of course, it's still worth it," the store owner said with a smile. Do you have any other questions?" Sue asked. "Oh, didn't your new flyer release the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker? I also bought one at home. Then I found that the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker really are like you said. They won't rust." "Right. That is because the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker are made with a new material. This material has the properties of stainless steel, so it won't rust." Sue said with a nod. "That's right. Since you can use this material that won't rust to make the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker, then I think, when you make the magic air conditioner in the future, you should also use this material, right? Look at how rusty the magic air conditioner in my store is Not mentioning how long it can be used, it doesn't look good. If your new flyer can release a magic air conditioner made with this new material as soon as possible, I want to exchange for one. That's right. Is there any exchange for the new magic air conditioner? The owner asked. Sui looked at the owner with a bit of surprise before saying with a laugh, Relax, I'll tell you ahead of time that we'll be releasing the new Fei brand magic air conditioner in a few days. Moreover, it's like you think the new magic air conditioner is made with a new material. Not only will it not rust, it's also much lighter. Moreover, because of the new technology, it can adjust the temperature at will, so it's easier to use than you think. It can also adjust the temperature. The owner was overjoyed. That's great. Although this magic air conditioner is very cool when it's turned on, it's just that cold when it's turned on. Sometimes when the weather isn't that hot, it's a bit cold when it's turned on, but it's not comfortable when it's not turned on. If it can adjust the temperature, it'll be much easier. It's clear that we've noticed this problem, so we added this new technology to the new magic air conditioner. He said with a smile. You have to believe that our new flyer has always placed user experience as the highest standard. As long as the people who buy our products feel comfortable using them, our products will sell better and better, don't you think? Right. It's the same as selling clothes. As long as people feel comfortable wearing the clothes that they buy from our store, there will be repeat customers. Look, young Miss Steele, these clothes really suit you. The owner suddenly tilted her head and called out in an exaggerated voice. He also turned and his eyes lit up. Steele, who came out of the changing room, had changed into a water green skirt that went down to her knees. Because of the tight design of the skirt, it completely revealed her perfect figure, making her look very graceful. The design of the skirt was actually simple, but with Steele's beautiful appearance and figure, it made her look even more noble and elegant. Coupled with her bright golden hair, it made her seem as if she was emitting a dazzling light. Su Yi's eyes swept over her from top to bottom, pausing on her slender legs for a bit before he couldn't help praising, "Truly beautiful." Steele revealed a proud smile. She turned in a circle and asked Su Yi, "How about it? Are you satisfied?" Su Yi didn't reply and turned to the store owner to say, "All right, buy this set of clothes." The owner waved her hand. "Chairman Su and young Miss Steele rarely come to our store, so it is my honor. How could I need you to spend money? This dress is simply meant to be worn by young Miss Steele, and since young Miss Steele likes it, I'll give it to young Miss Steele as my gift." He shook his head. "That won't do. Steele might like several pieces of clothing here. You can't just give them all away, right?" The owner paused before her smile became even brighter. "There's no problem in giving them all away. For a beautiful and noble lady like young Miss Steele to like all these clothes in our store, doesn't that mean that our clothes are worth buying? As long as I tell everyone that our Banta goddess young Miss Steele has bought several pieces of clothing from my store, I can guarantee that my store will be filled with girls from Banta City." Hearing this, he had a whole new level of respect for the owner. When he heard that she was willing to spend 20 gold coins to buy the magic air conditioner last summer, he felt that this owner had good eyes. Now that he heard that she knew how to use Steele's fame, he couldn't help praising her business mind. When Sui was about to reject her, Steele suddenly asked, "When I was trying on clothes, I found that your store doesn't just sell clothes from the Armani Chamber of Commerce. You also sell clothes from other companies, right?" The owner was surprised before nodding. "That's right, what about it? Is there a problem? Then I'm sorry, I can't accept your gift. Moreover, I hope that you won't spread the matter of me buying clothes from you, so I hope that you can agree," Steele said with a serious look. Yi and the owner were both surprised. The owner couldn't help asking, "Why? Young Miss Steele, buying clothes from me isn't a shameful thing, so why can't it spread?" Steele said with an apologetic look, "Because I signed a contract with the Armani Chamber of Commerce, being the spokesperson for the Armani Chamber of Commerce's clothes. So in consideration of the Armani Chamber of Commerce, I can't advertise for other companies." He was surprised. He then remembered that when the Armani Chamber of Commerce's chairman Vincent found him last time and had the new flyer help the Armani Chamber of Commerce research magic machines related to clothes, he had also mentioned that he wanted to talk to Steele through him. Although he had passed this to Steele, because he was too busy, he forgot to ask Steele what they discussed. Now that he heard Steele say this, Chairman Vincent was actually looking for Steele to be the spokesperson for his company. It had to be said, Chairman Vincent's choice was very correct. Not only did Steele have an outstanding appearance, she was also very popular in Banna City and the surrounding cities. Not only did she attract the attention of the men in these cities, she had also become the idol of the young girls in these cities. The way she dressed would naturally become a target for young girls in these cities to emulate. If everyone knew that she was only wearing the clothes of the Armani Chamber of Commerce, the sales of the Armani Chamber of Commerce's clothes would greatly increase. He wasn't surprised that Chairman Vincent chose Steele as his spokesperson. Rather, he was surprised that Steele would consciously protect the interests of the Armani Chamber of Commerce. Based on this, Steele already had the professionalism that many stars on Earth forgot. Thinking of this, Suyi's expression became a bit strange. He had never thought of this before, but now through this matter, he suddenly found that he had unknowingly fallen in love with a big star. Chapter 187. In the end, Steele refused the store owner's idea of giving her clothes. However, under the store owner's request, she agreed to let the store owner spread the news that she had bought clothes from his clothing store. However, Steele also made the store owner promise her that while spreading the news, she had to add that all the clothes that Steele had bought from this store were from the Armani Chamber of Commerce. She hadn't bought clothes from any other Chamber of Commerce. I'm very curious. Steele, since President Vincent wants you to be the spokesperson for his Chamber of Commerce, can't he just design a few sets of clothes for you and give you clothes to wear whenever you want? He couldn't help but ask as they walked out of the store. Of course there is such a condition. President Vincent isn't that stingy. Actually, the clothes that I was wearing before were all provided by the Armani Chamber of Commerce for free. Steele answered. He was a bit puzzled. Since there are clothes provided for free, why did you buy them yourself? You don't understand, do you? Buying clothes is just a kind of pleasure. The important thing isn't what you buy, but the process. Steele giggled. Besides, the Armani Chamber of Commerce can't provide all the clothes for me. If I were to shop by myself, I might find clothes that I haven't seen before. He could only shrug his shoulders to express that he couldn't understand this kind of pleasure. Steele suddenly sighed. I'm finding more and more that being famous isn't a good thing. You see, when I walk with you on the street, there are always people pointing at us. It makes me very uncomfortable. Even buying clothes is so troublesome. It's not as fun as before when I could go out and shop. He looked at her pretty face and thought for a bit before asking, Do you really think so? But from what I know, a lot of girls are envious of you. They want to be as famous as you. That's because they haven't been famous before. They haven't experienced these troubles. Steele sighed. He was silent for a moment. He stopped and looked at Steele. He said seriously, Steele, if you really want to live a normal life, it's not too late. Otherwise, when your name spreads throughout the Lampari Kingdom and even the entire signs, it will be very difficult for you to become an ordinary person again. Steele tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Give me some time to think about it. He smiled and nodded. Although Steele now felt that the life of a celebrity was very troublesome, as a normal young girl, of course, she wanted to be noticed by people. It was normal for her to feel conflicted. All right, no matter what you decide, I will support you. Perhaps it was because of this incident, but Steele's interest in shopping had decreased. She followed her plan and bought some things. Then she and He found a tea house on the corner of the street. They sat down and chatted while drinking cold drinks. When it was close to noon, the two didn't eat in the city. Instead, they hired a carriage and went straight to Baron Ricto Magic Academy outside the city. Today was the graduation day of Baron Ricto Magic Academy. In addition to representing the end of the first to third years, it also represented the end of the fourth year studies at Baron Ricto Magic Academy, and they officially graduated. And Steele chose this day to come. First, it was to welcome Vivian and celebrate her successful first year at Baron Ricto Magic Academy. Second, it was for the graduates of the Magic branch. Last year, Sue E had represented New Flyer and signed an agreement with Baron Ricto Magic Academy. Then, they set up a special bursary fund at the academy. When this bursary fund was set up, it caused a sensation in the academy. Then, there were some students from poor families who applied for the fund. Now, more than half a year had passed. This bursary fund had provided more than 3,000 gold coins, helping more than 200 students to successfully complete their studies this year. And of the 367 students who graduated from Baron Ricto Magic Academy, 13 of them had accepted the bursary fund. According to the agreement they signed when they accepted the bursary fund, as long as they graduated from the academy, they had to work in New Flyer for a minimum of 3 years. Today, Sue E and Steele had come not only to congratulate the students who accepted the bursary fund for completing their studies, but also to represent New Flyer to sign an employment contract with them. Although New Flyer's reputation had gradually increased, and the concept of magic machines had gradually taken root in people's hearts, the number of low-level mages working in the Shinfei factory had increased from a mere 9 to a shocking 93. However, these 93 mages were all older, and their strength was still between level 1 and level 2. These mages had no future to speak of. It was basically impossible for them to enter the research institute. They could only stay in the factory and be responsible for setting up the magic arrays needed for the magic machines. Although New Flyer needed these basic talents, Sue E valued the talents like Evita and the others who could help with the research and development of magic machines. Although the graduates of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy could only be considered average, and there weren't many genius magicians among them, compared to the older magicians who had already been set in stone, there was still more room for them to be molded. If he recruited them into New Flyer and spent time training them, there should be several qualified magic machine engineers among them. So Sue E attached great importance to these 13 students who enter New Flyer through the bursary fund, even personally coming to sign the contract. Now Sue E and Steele were famous people in Bana City. Not only did they attract attention on the streets of Bana City, they also attracted attention in Baron Ricto Magic Academy. When the two of them picked up Vivian from the art department and came to the magic department together, the magic department had just finished its graduation ceremony. The 13 students who applied for the bursary fund quickly noticed the 3 of them through the crowd. These 13 students had already seen Sue E when they applied for the bursary fund, so they had a deep impression of the New Flyer's chairman. In close to a year, with the help of the New Flyer bursary fund, their studies had been much smoother than before. Their magic power had increased by more than 3 years, so they were very grateful to the New Flyer in their hearts. Naturally, they couldn't forget Sue Yi's appearance. Adding in the fact that Steele by Sue Yi's side was familiar to everyone in Bana City, there was no one else other than Sue E who could hold hands with Steele and be this intimate with her. So the 13 students came out of the crowd and obediently stood in front of Sue E, looking at Sue E with expectant looks. Sue Yi's eyes looked over these young faces, and his heart was filled with emotions. These 13 students didn't seem all that remarkable, but they were very important to the magic machine industry that was still in its infancy on signs. This was because they represented the children who studied magic. After graduating from the Magic Academy, in addition to joining the armies of various countries and entering the various magic towers to work for those powerful magicians, they had a new way out, and that was to enter the ranks of the magic machine industry. If this path gradually became normal, studying magic machines would become a choice that all magicians on the continent could accept. Only then would the magic machine industry truly take root in signs and would develop sooner or later. Thinking of this, Sue E revealed a bright smile to the 13 students. Zach, Elena, Alessandro. The 13 students had a total of 5 men and 8 women, but he didn't miss a single one of their names. After calling them out one by one, Sue E spread his hands and made a welcoming gesture as he said, "As the chairman, I represent the New Flyer to warmly welcome you all. I hope that you can have a happy and fulfilling 3 years in our company." The 13 students looked at each other and revealed bright smiles at the same time. If it was said that when they applied for the bursary fund last year, the students were worried that working in New Flyer for 3 years would severely restrict them, but after half a year, everyone found that New Flyer had developed at a high speed for half a year. It had now become a large company that everyone had high hopes for in Banda City. For the magicians working in New Flyer, not only did they receive enviable high wages, they also didn't leave their magic research and could increase their magic power while working. This kind of work that satisfied both sides. Who wouldn't be willing to do it? Seeing Sue E. take out the contract for the 13 students to sign, there was a student from the magic department who suddenly asked in a loud voice, "Chairman Sue, can the students who didn't apply for the bursary fund also work in your New Flyer?" Sue E. looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. Seeing the rough linen clothes that the student was wearing, he revealed a faint smile and replied in a clear voice, "Of course you can." The students who applied for the bursary fund were only following the original agreement. They had to work in our New Flyer for 3 years after graduation, but that doesn't mean that our New Flyer doesn't welcome other students to work in our company. "Then can I apply to work in your New Flyer now?" that student asked again. Sui looked over the students who were also paying attention and replied with a nod, "Of course you can." As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding students began to make noise. After a while, the student who asked the question came out of the crowd and came to Su Yi's side with an excited look. He pointed at himself and asked, "Chairman Su, I am Drax. I just graduated from school and am a third-grade magician. What do you think of me?" Su Yi looked at Drax, who had an expectant look before looking at the other students who were ready to make a move, feeling a bit surprised. Could it be that after going to Baron Richter Magic Academy today, the effects were better than he expected? Chapter 188. As it turned out, Su Yi's guess was correct. After spending a day at the Baron Richter Magic Academy, Su Yi not only successfully signed contracts with the 13 students who accepted the bursary fund, making them employees of the New Flyer, but there were also 24 graduates who expressed their desire to work at the New Flyer to Su Yi. Su Yi naturally couldn't give them a reply right away. Instead, he had them prepare to go to Sandton Manor in 3 days to accept the recruitment test. In fact, Su Yi really wanted to directly recruit these 20 graduates into the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the New Flyer was still in need of a large number of mages. Although the Baron Richter Magic Academy couldn't be considered the top magic academy in the Lampari Kingdom, it was still much stronger than the Sun Kaiser Magic Academy that Su Yi had been in before. Students who could graduate from here were generally at least second-rank mages. There were even quite a few third- or fourth-rank mages. If these students were recruited into the New Flyer and then trained for a period of time, then the Academy of Magic would definitely have a large number of people. Of course, recruiting these students into the New Flyer was only the beginning. In view of the Chamber of Commerce's need for a large number of mages in the future, or more accurately, for magic mechanical engineers, Su Yi, after careful consideration, simply negotiated with the management of the Baron Richter Magic Academy and finally decided to open a branch of magic machinery within the academy. This branch, as the name implied, would study all knowledge related to magic machinery. And for the establishment of this branch, the New Flyer had to provide 10,000 gold coins to the Baron Richter Magic Academy every year. When summer passed and the Baron Richter Magic Academy started to recruit a new batch of students, this branch should attract a number of students to sign up. And when the students of the Magic Machine branch graduated in the future, they could only choose to work in the field of magic machines. Investing 10,000 gold coins every year just for a few students who might appear, this doesn't seem to be worth it. On the way back, Steele expressed her doubts to Su Yi. When the fall semester starts, even if there's only one student who applies for the branch of magic machinery, it means that the investment of 10,000 gold coins is worth it. Su Yi said with a smile. For now, the symbolic significance of this school is far greater than its practical significance. I just want to use this school to tell those children who want to learn magic that magic isn't just a powerful and destructive plaything. It also has a completely different way of application. Once this concept gradually penetrates into the hearts of the people and is understood by the public, the number of students in this branch school will also increase. But that will take many years. Steele said, "Is it really worth it? There's no other way. Creating a complete industrial system is a huge project that takes a lot of time. All I can do is lay down the foundation bit by bit. As for when it will blossom, I can't be sure." Pausing, Sue E. continued, "In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that our company doesn't have that much money, I would even want to open a branch of magic machinery. Then I would recruit children with magic talent and teach them all kinds of knowledge related to magic machinery from a young age. You have to know that the knowledge of magic machinery is far from just magic. There's also a lot of mechanical theory that needs to be learned. If you only come in contact with it halfway, the results won't be that good." "Yes, I'm experiencing it now." Steele nodded. "In the past few months, I've been busy with advertising. I rarely go to the research lab to research magic arrays with Evita and the others. 2 days ago, I went and found that I couldn't understand the things that Evita and Akali were discussing." Sue E. laughed and scratched Steele's nose. "It's normal that you can't understand. Evita and the others spend a lot of time researching each day, and they've recently developed 2 new technologies that even surprised me. If a lazy guy like you can still maintain the same level as them, then that would be unfair." Steele gave a soft snort and wrinkled her little nose as she said, "Give me some time. I'll definitely catch up to them." "That's right. You said to the store owner that the new Sheen Fei brand magic air conditioner will use a new technology that can adjust the temperature. Is it related to the 2 technologies that Evita and the others have recently developed?" Being able to adjust the temperature is thanks to the magic power gradient technology that Evita and the others have developed. This technology allows the magic crystals to transfer magic into the magic array to be controlled at will, allowing them to control the power of the magic array. For the magic air conditioner, they can adjust the power of the frost array in the magic air conditioner, so they can adjust the temperature of the wind that comes out of the magic air conditioner. Sue explained. Steele thought about it and couldn't help praising. "If it's like this, then it really is incredible. I just casually thought about this technology and found that there are many places where it can be used. No wonder even you were surprised." I thought that Evita and the others would take a long time to solve this problem, but I never thought that they would solve it this quickly. They really are incredible." Sue gave a nod of praise. "Actually, to be honest, compared to the magic power gradient technology, there's another long-distance magic transfer technology that is much more important. For the time being, they can't show it very well, but when they dig deeper into this technology, you'll find that this technology can change your whole life completely." "Really?" Steele looked at Sue E., whose eyes were glowing and had a serious look. She hugged him with a smile and said, "All right, I'll wait and see." Of course, it wasn't easy to see the long-distance magic transfer technology, but it was very easy to see the difference between a road and a normal road. When the 24 students of the Baron Richto Magic Academy passed the exam and entered the new flyer to work, Chairman Cruz finally gave Sue E. a piece of good news. The Falling Rain Road was finally finished. It should be said that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was very efficient. This road from Banna City to the Falling Rain Valley was 57 kilometers long, but the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had only used 3 short months to finish it. Moreover, after it was finished, Sue had checked it and confirmed that the quality of the road was quite good. The 15-centimeter thick road Sue had decided on was changed to 20 centimeters. The cement road was very smooth, and there weren't any potholes at all. Looking at it, the road was like a white ribbon that stretched from Banta City to the horizon, looking very beautiful. The only shortcoming was that although the road was a bit wider, it was still less than 4 meters wide. If it was placed on Earth, it would at most be considered 2 lanes and could only be considered a rural road. Compared to those 6 or 10-lane highways, the difference was incomparably large. But for signs, this was the first road, and it had a very important meaning. When the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce and the new flyer announced the completion of the Falling Rain Road and held a ribbon-cutting ceremony outside Banna City, even the city lord Count Samo took the initiative to participate in this ceremony. He gave a speech at the ceremony and praised the meaning of this road. Actually, there was no need for Samo Count to praise it. Just by looking at it, everyone could see that this road that was as flat as water was countless times better than the normal roads made of gravel and mud. When the falling rain road ceremony was over, countless people stepped onto the road, and they couldn't feel any bumps under their feet, so they were filled with surprise. And when some of the nobles and representatives of the companies that were invited by Sue, E, and Chairman Cruz to participate in the ceremony got into their horse carriages and began to drive down the road, their surprise turned into shock. The horse carriages were quickly moving down the road, but the horse carriages didn't feel any bumps at all. Compared to the bumps in the horse carriages before, this was simply the difference between heaven and hell. Moreover, on this flat road, the horse carriage's speed was reduced to a minimum because of the bumps on the road. It could be said that their speed was more than twice that of a normal road. The First and Carriage Company's chairman Mark Pompey only experienced it for a bit before finding Sue E, who was talking to Samo Count. He didn't care that Samo Count was beside him and directly said to Sue E, "Chairman Sue, I've heard that your new flyer is building a road from Banta City to Karma City." Sue E nodded with a faint smile. "That's right. What? Is Chairman Pompey also interested?" Chairman Pompey kept asking. "Then may I ask Chairman Sue, how much are you planning to invest in this road?" Sue E stroked his chin and thought for a bit before replying. "I'm not clear on the specifics right now, but because this road is a bit complicated and I want to make this road wider, according to the estimates of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, it should be around 300,000 gold coins right now." Around 300,000 gold coins. Chairman Pompey lowered his head to calculate before suddenly turning to Samo Count and saying with a serious look, "Lord City Lord, our First and Carriage Company is willing to be the same as the new flyer, contributing our strength to Banta City and the Lampari Kingdom. We have decided to invest in building a road from Banta City to Sultan City. We ask the Lord City Lord to agree." Chapter 189. Of course, Chairman Pompey wasn't a fool, and the First and Carriage Company didn't have too much money to spend. The reason why he proposed building a road from Banta City to Sultan City was because the new flyer didn't hide the matter of building a road from Banta City to Karma City. It had been announced by the City Lord Manor in the city square. Regarding this matter, whether it was the newspapers of Banta City or Karma City, they had all reported on it. Even the newspapers of Anvilmar City had reported on it. Everyone knew from these reports that after the new flyer finished building this road, they would set up a toll station on the road and collect tolls from all the horse carriages. Most people didn't care about this, and there were a few people who gave a snore of disdain. Was the new flyer crazy? They actually wanted to earn money by collecting tolls? You want to collect money, right? That's simple. I won't take this broken road. Anyway, this road was built in another location. It wouldn't affect the road between Banta City and Karma City. The new flyer wanted to rely on tolls to recover their investment in building this road. It was just wishful thinking. However, others might think this, but that didn't mean Chairman Pompey would think the same. As the chairman of the First and Carriage Company, he knew better than anyone just how big of an impact a good road would have on a carriage company's business. Not mentioning anything else, the First and Carriage Company spent 100 to 150,000 gold coins on horse carriages each year. If they added in the cost of horses running on bad roads, this number was close to 200,000 gold coins. Chairman Pompey had thought before that if each road in the Lampari Kingdom was as smooth as the road in front of the Royal Palace in Anvilmar City, the First and Carriage Company would save at least 100,000 gold coins in terms of fixed costs. Moreover, because the roads were improved, the speed of the horse carriages would also increase. People would be more efficient, and the business of the carriage company would become better. However, all these beautiful dreams were just bubbles in the end. Although the road in front of the Royal Palace was only 500 meters long and 10 meters wide, because it was made of high-quality marble and had been carefully polished by skilled stonemasons, it cost a total of 70,000 gold coins. To make all the roads in the Lampari Kingdom like this, The amount of gold coins needed was something that even the richest royal family of the Kamla Empire couldn't afford. Chairman Pompey had given up on this hope until he saw the road that the new flyer had built. Although compared to the smooth road in front of the royal palace, this road was a bit worse. Compared to those broken roads, this road was much better, by countless times. If Chairman Pompey's choice, even if he had to pay a toll fee, he would definitely choose to let the First and Carriage Company's horse carriages to use this road. He was certain that even if the other companies couldn't see the meaning of this road, after comparing it, they would definitely choose to let their horse carriages use this road. Putting aside the fact that the horse carriages would reduce the loss of goods on this road, just the time saved was not something that a trivial toll fee could compare to. Therefore, President Pompey almost instantly determined that the matter of collecting road tolls was actually very promising. So he immediately found Sue E and immediately sent a request to Count Samo to build this road. Of course, the most important factor that made him make this decision was the cost of building this road was low enough. According to what Sue E said, the road to the Falling Rain Valley was 57 kilometers long, but it cost less than 200,000 gold coins in the end. As for the road from Bana City to Karma City that was close to 70 kilometers long, it would only cost around 300,000 gold coins. Although Bana City was a bit further from Sultan City, with this estimate, it wouldn't cost more than 400,000 gold coins. The First and Carriage Company could definitely afford this. The most important thing was that when the other companies reacted and began building roads, it wouldn't take long before all the roads in the Lampari Kingdom were changed to roads. When that time came, the one who would benefit the most would without a doubt be the First and Carriage Company that relied on roads the most. Hey, that fellow Pompey must be filled with joy right now, thinking that your new flyer is simply going all out to help his First and Carriage Company. Chairman Cruz looked at the scenery passing by outside the horse carriage and curled his lips. He turned back to look at Sue E and shook his head as he said, "Actually, he never would have thought that this was all planned out by you." Sue E also looked away from the window and casually patted the cushion he was sitting on as he said with a smile, "You can't completely say it like this. Look, if all the roads in the Lampari Kingdom were to become flat roads, at least it would be much more comfortable for us to sit in horse carriages." The horse carriage the two of them were sitting in was currently on the Falling Rain Road that had just been finished. Because the road was flat, although the horse carriage was moving at high speed, it was still very stable. It wasn't as uncomfortable as riding on the normal dirt roads. Chairman Cruz laughed and nodded. "That's right. Speaking of which, after walking on this road a few times, if you want me to sit in a horse carriage on those broken dirt roads, I simply can't take it. I don't know when all the roads in our Lampari Kingdom will become this comfortable road." Sue E thought for a bit before saying, "It shouldn't be too long." After the Falling Rain Road was finished, the newspapers of the Lampari Kingdom have reported on it, and the royal family has greatly promoted it. Now the entire Lampari Kingdom knows the benefits of the roads. Adding the fact that the royal family is promoting the roads that our new flyer and the First and Carriage Company is building, I believe that many companies in the kingdom will realize the benefits of building roads. Perhaps not long after, you'll find that many people will come to your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to help build roads. Chairman Cruz slightly knit his brows. With our company's current abilities, building 2 roads at the same time is already our best. If more people want to build roads, we won't be able to handle it. Then are you willing to give up the cement road technology and let other companies share the burden? Faced with Sue Yi's teasing, Chairman Cruz quickly shook his head without even thinking. "Of course not. How about this, Chairman Sue? I'll use this chance to order another 20 sets of concrete equipment from you. Other than that, I hope that you can speed up the development of the other road construction magic machines. I'm in a rush to use them. The equipment is fine, but what about the people?" Sue E asked back. "Right now in Bana City, I think that you won't be able to find enough people, right?" Hearing Sue E mention people, Chairman Cruz gave a long sigh before saying with a bitter smile, "Speaking of this, I really don't know if I should praise you or scold you. Oh, what do you mean? He asked with a smile. Before your new flyer appeared, there were idle people all over Banda City. Even if I offered 3 gold coins a month, there would be a bunch of people rushing to work. Now it's good. Your Shinfei Chamber of Commerce has opened several factories and recruited over 1,000 people. Not to mention that small company support plan, there are people all over Banda City right now. I wanted to recruit more people to build roads, but can you guess what happened in the end? What? You can't recruit anyone? Sui asked. It isn't that you can't recruit anyone, but I just want to recruit a worker to flatten roads, and they actually dare ask me for a wage of 7 gold coins a month. This is simply robbery, Chairman Cruz said in an indignant voice. He couldn't help smiling. That's not bad. It's only 7 gold coins. It isn't considered much. The starting wage for a new worker is 10 gold coins a month. Chairman Cruz glared at Sui. Who can compare to your new flyer? You've always been extravagant, so to put it bluntly, you're just a prodigal. Actually, in the end, if it wasn't for your new flyer raising the wages of our workers this high, it wouldn't be this hard for our companies. I already explained this to you last year. The increase in wages of our workers is the inevitable result of economic development. It isn't something that my new flyer can change. With the current demand for manpower in Banda City, even if our company doesn't raise it, there will be other companies that will raise it sooner or later. Perhaps you don't know, but there were several companies that wanted to poach our workers and even offered a wage of 20 gold coins a month. He said, 20 gold coins? Which company is even crazier than you? Chairman Cruz asked in a surprised voice. Then won't all your workers be poached away? It isn't a single company. Rather, there are many of them. As long as it's a company that wants to produce magic machines like us, they are all poaching our workers. Perhaps they think that if they poach our workers, they can be the same as our company? He had a taunting smile on his face. But it's a good thing that most of our workers are dwarves, so their loyalty is rather high. Up to now, there are only a few human workers that have left, so it doesn't affect us that much. Chairman Cruz looked at Sui with envy. Why can't I hire that many dwarves? Not only are dwarves strong and have good physiques, they are also willing to work hard and have good craftsmanship, so they're the most suitable workers. Hey, Sui, since you know this many dwarves, can you introduce some to our company? I promise to give them a high wage. At least 10 gold coins a month, how about it? You shouldn't ask me this. You should ask the dwarves themselves. He gave a shrug as he pointed at the 2 green mountains that were gradually appearing outside the window of the horse carriage. There are many dwarves living in the falling rain valley now, so if you have the skills, recruit them to your company. Chapter 190. There were indeed many dwarves in the falling rain valley. After half a year of construction, the new dwarven tribe had basically taken shape. Now, in addition to the majority of the dwarves from the Norman tribe and the Angola tribe, there were also several dwarven tribes that he had Patriarch Saluka and Patriarch Monto take the initiative to contact them. Now, in this new tribe, the number of dwarves had reached an astonishing 2,000, almost filling up the completed part of the new tribe. A month ago, when President Cruz saw the scene of the dwarves moving in, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. This was because he had never seen so many dwarves together in his life. One must know that even if all the dwarves in the Lampari Kingdom were gathered together, it was very likely that there would not be more than 50,000 dwarves. But in this small settlement, there were already more than 2,000 dwarves. It was no wonder that Satsuma City Lord had specially told Sui to look after these dwarves and not let them cause any trouble because of living together. Regarding this, Sui naturally agreed. As for the way to deal with it, it was very simple. That was to arrange work for these dwarves. For a straightforward and honest race like the dwarves, being able to eat and drink was already enough to satisfy them. As long as they accepted the work that Sui arranged for them, not only would they be able to eat their fill, they would also be able to get a salary. This allowed them to use their salary to buy some good things to improve their lives. Although because of work, Sui strictly limited them and didn't allow them to drink as they wished. This was only limited during work, and he didn't care when they weren't working. Not to mention, every once in a while, Sui would have people send a few carts of wine from the Sur Manor. He would choose a beautiful night to hold a wine party for them to drink to their heart's content. This kind of life for all the dwarves was a perfect life that they couldn't even dream of when they were hiding in the mountains. Since this was the case, how could they have any thoughts of causing trouble? On the contrary, they were grateful that Sui could help them achieve such a beautiful life. Whether it was the dwarves of the Norman tribe, or the Angola tribe, or the other dwarves who moved in later, they could be said to have done their best to complete the work that Sui had given them. And just like President Cruz's evaluation, the dwarves were strong, had good physiques, and had more dexterous hands than ordinary people. Therefore, they were the most perfect workers. Under the efforts of these dwarves, the development of the Falling Rain Valley was extremely fast, almost one day after another. Before the Falling Rain Road was completed, the dwarf had already flattened the ground of the Falling Rain Valley and made preparations for the construction of factories. When the Falling Rain Road was finished, large amounts of goods were quickly transported through the Falling Rain Road. The dwarves worked together with the Omrit Chamber of Commerce workers, who joined later, greatly changing the Falling Rain Valley in just a short period of time. Compared to the first time Sui came here to inspect the Falling Rain Valley, the current Falling Rain Valley had already become a large construction site. Other than the new dwarven tribe that was still being built in the living area, in the area close to the Falling Rain Road, there were large factories that were being built. According to Sui's plan, the Falling Rain Valley would be used as the production base for the new flyer. In the Falling Rain Valley, Sui had arranged a special workshop for each household magic machine. As for these workshops, each one of them was several times bigger than the Santa Manor's household magic machine workshop. It was enough to hold several hundred workers at the same time. When building these workshops, Chairman Cruz had asked Sui a question. He felt that with the current scale of the new Flyers factory in the Santa Manor, it was enough to produce household magic machines that could satisfy the needs of Banta City and the surrounding cities. Why was there a need to build all these large workshops in the Falling Rain Valley? Sui repulsed his question with a single sentence. Could it be that our new Flyers' goal is only Banta City and the surrounding cities? But no matter how many factories were built and how big they were, it was impossible for them to fill up the Falling Rain Valley that was over 10 square kilometers. Other than the living area and the light industrial base, in Sui's plan, the largest area in the Falling Rain Valley should be the heavy industrial base under the name of the new flyer. But whether it was for the entire signs or new flyer, the heavy industrial base was still in its infancy. Other than the production magic machine workshop, the only heavy industrial base under the name of the new flyer was the steel mill in the Norma tribe. This steel mill's monthly output had just broken 6,000 tons. It was far from being able to compare to the smallest steel mill on Earth. As for becoming the large steel mill that Sui wanted that could support the entire Lampari Kingdom and New Flyer, it was still far from that. Right now, this steel mill was mainly refining silver leaf steel to satisfy the needs of the New Flyer's automatic magic rice cookers, magic bread makers, and the new generation magic air conditioners. If they maintained this output, there was no doubt that it wouldn't meet the requirements of Sui's heart. It even gradually couldn't keep up with the demand of the new flyer. So when Sui and Chairman Cruz entered the Falling Rain Valley in the horse carriage, the first thing they saw was a group of dwarves lifting a 3-meter-tall and close to 2-meter-wide furnace. Then they placed the furnace on a tall support. This thing really is spectacular. This was Chairman Cruz's first time seeing this thing, so he couldn't help praising it. This is just a small one. You'll see something even more spectacular in the future. Sui looked down on Chairman Cruz's ignorance in his heart. Indeed, compared to the large converters on Earth that could reach several dozen tons, or even over 100 tons, this converter that Sui had designed based on his memories and research with the dwarves could only smelt 10 tons of raw materials at a time. It wasn't on the same level in terms of steel-making ability. But this was the first real converter on the signs, So it meant that the steel mill would gradually break away from relying on the dwarves to make steel, and their efficiency would greatly increase. According to Su Yi's estimates, if this converter could be used with a series of other steel-making equipment, the output of the steel mill would increase by several times. It was even possible for it to break through 20,000 tons a month. Moreover, this was only the first set of experimental equipment. If they waited until the entire set of equipment was tested and they made corresponding improvements, the steel mill would be able to put in several more sets of the same equipment. At that time, the output of the steel mill would definitely explode. Thinking of the situation of the steel mill producing large amounts of steel in the future, Su Yi couldn't help feeling a bit excited. The so-called machine, no matter how high the level of technology it had, it was still made of various kinds of steel. If they couldn't guarantee a sufficient supply of steel, then modern industry was just a castle in the air, without any foundation to speak of. For the countries on Earth, if they wanted to evaluate their industrial strength, the most important data was their steel production. If a country's steel production was still at a very low level, then there was no need to talk about their industrial strength. Thinking of this, the shadow of great magician Camilla appeared in Su Yi's mind. While researching the steel-making equipment, Su Yi and the dwarves had encountered a very important problem, which was how to increase the speed of smelting iron ore. If they followed the dwarves' old method and used a shaft furnace to smelt iron, not only would it be slow, it would also take up a lot of space. It would be very bad for the entire steel mill. So Su Yi brought up this problem to discuss with Great Magician Camilla, but Great Magician Camilla directly looked down on him. In Great Magician Camilla's eyes, the dwarves using coal to increase the temperature of the furnace wasn't enough at all. In terms of fire magic, there were many high-level spells that could produce temperatures that far surpassed the temperature of burning coal. After discussing it with Su Yi, Great Magician Camilla finally decided to use the 9th grade fire spell, the Bursting Flame spell. Now that the steel mill was using a furnace, there was a Bursting Flame spell array that Great Magician Camilla had personally placed. Compared to coal smelting, once the explosive flame spell array was activated, the temperature would rise very quickly, and the speed of smelting ores would also be much faster. Therefore, only a slightly smaller smelting furnace was needed to coordinate with the speed of the converter to greatly increase the overall efficiency. The most important thing was that this furnace didn't need to consume coal, rather it only needed to consume magic crystals. Compared to coal, not only was the cost of magic crystals countless times lower, it also didn't have any pollution. Thinking of this, it was even more convenient than the arc smelting furnace on Earth. Su Yi couldn't help giving another sigh. Even if science couldn't compare to Earth's technology, with something like magic, it was naturally much better than Earth's industrial development. Su Yi was thinking about the meaning of this steel mill, but Chairman Cruz on the other side noticed the small mountains of old magic fans, magic rice cookers, and magic air conditioners beside the steel mill. Su Yi, your new Flyers Exchange event, it can't be that you want to take back these old magic fans and smelt them again, right? Chairman Cruz pointed at the small mountains and asked this. Of course, otherwise why will we take them back? Su Yi said. Chairman Cruz shook his head. This isn't worth it. According to your exchange event, just an old magic fan is worth 50 silver coins, but if it's smelted, at most it's just a few pounds of scrap iron. It might not even be worth 10 silver coins. If you do this, you might as well just buy iron ore from the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. First, the price of iron ore has increased by quite a bit, so this old magic fan can be sold for 30 silver coins as scrap iron, so we won't lose that much, Su Yi said with a smile. Second, the magic fans, magic air conditioners, magic rice cookers, and other products that our new flyer made last year were all made with old technology and normal pig iron, so the quality isn't that good. If we take them back now and exchange them for our new flyer's new generation products, we can avoid problems with their quality and affect our new flyer's reputation. Reputation? Chairman Cruz looked at Su Yi in surprise before saying with a sigh, although a company's reputation is very important, it shouldn't be this important to you, right? You might not understand if we're talking about reputation, but all right, I'll tell you. This is called building a brand. Do you understand? I don't understand this at all. Chairman Cruz immediately shook his head. All right, to put it simply, if there were two magic fans in front of you, and one of them was our new Flyers Sheen Fei brand magic fan, and the other was another brand of magic fan made by another guild, if the two magic fans had the same price, which one would you choose? Sui asked. Nonsense. Of course I'd buy your Sheen Fei brand magic fan. How could the other company's magic fans be as good as the Sheen Fei brand? Chairman Cruz replied without any hesitation. Then what if the other brand's magic fans had a lower price than the Sheen Fei brand? Which one would you choose? Sui then asked. That depends on how much lower it is. If it's just a bit lower, I'll definitely choose the Sheen Fei brand magic fan. If it's much lower, Chairman Cruz hesitated a bit before replying. I'll still choose the Sheen Fei brand magic fan. No matter what, if I buy this thing, I hope it's good enough. If it's bad, I'll just be wasting money. Sui revealed a faint smile. Do you understand the use of a brand now? Chairman Cruz was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. When he looked at Sui again, there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. Chapter 191. This time Sui and Chairman Cruz came to the Falling Rain Valley together. Naturally, it was for the development of the Falling Rain Valley. According to Sui's plan, the Falling Rain Valley was divided into an industrial area and a residential area. The first phase of the industrial area needed to build up to 13 factories. As for the residential area, other than the 1,000 dwarven houses that had already been completed, there were still 3,000 houses to be built. Of course, these 3,000 houses weren't all for the dwarves. It also included the human workers that would come to the Falling Rain Valley to work. Additionally, the residential area couldn't only have houses. There was also a commercial area that would make life easier for the workers. To put it simply, Sui planned for the Falling Rain Valley to be like a small town on Earth. In order to perfect the plan, other than discussing with President Cruz, he also asked Count Samo to find a few city construction masters in Anvilmar City to do the planning. However, these masters were limited to signs, so there were a lot of conflicts with Sui's idea. For example, in the area of sewers, the masters planned to follow the current city planning of signs. They planned to use open sewers to discharge the sewers to the sandy river that flowed beside the Falling Rain Valley. However, Sui insisted on following the standards of Earth to build a complete sewer system. There couldn't be any sewers on the surface. The masters couldn't understand this at all. Firstly, the cost was too high. Secondly, they didn't think it was necessary. However, when Sui introduced the experience of using reinforced concrete to build the Sandy River's embankment to President Cruz, the masters understood that the cost wasn't as high as they thought. In the end, they reluctantly agreed with Sui's idea. So in the final Falling Rain Valley plan, it combined the characteristics of the cities on Earth and the Signs continent. Although Sui felt that it was neither fish nor fowl, it was limited by the current technology of signs. This time, President Cruz came again mainly to rearrange the construction of the roads in the Falling Rain Valley. According to Sui's plan, all the main roads in the Falling Rain Valley had to be paved with roads so that they could reach every corner. Previously, President Cruz had already come up with a rough plan, but after Sui discussed with the city construction masters, they made some changes to the overall roads. Therefore, President Cruz personally accompanied Sui to the Falling Rain Valley to give instructions to Manager Riley. After building a factory in the Stag family's territory, Manager Riley was now in charge of the cooperation between the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce and the New Flyer. Not only was he familiar with Sui, he was also very familiar with the dwarves of the Falling Rain Valley. When President Cruz found him, he was talking and laughing with several dwarves, and their relationship seemed to be very good. After taking him to the side to talk about work, President Cruz lowered his voice and asked, "How is your relationship with the dwarves here?" As President Cruz's confidant, Manager Riley naturally understood what he meant. After thinking about it, he slightly knit his brows. "My relationship It's not bad, and the dwarves aren't as hard to get along with as the rumors say. But, President, I advise you to give up on hiring them. Why? President Cruz was stunned, because I've found more and more that the dwarves are very stubborn and don't know how to be flexible. Let's not talk about the dwarves of the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe. They only recognize Sioux-E. No matter what I talk to them about, they will always thank Sioux-E for making their lives better. President Cruz was speechless for a bit before asking, without giving up, if the dwarves of the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe can't do it, aren't there other dwarven tribes? Those dwarves aren't like the two dwarven tribes who have been in contact with Sioux-E for so long. Could it be that they only recognize Sioux-E? It's not that they only recognize Sioux-E, but they only believe in their own dwarven brothers, which is to say they only believe in the dwarves of the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe. In other words, they only believe in Sioux-E. Manager Riley replied helplessly. President Cruz turned his head and looked at the dwarves, who were busy all over the falling rain valley, as if their energy would never run out. He then looked at Sioux-E in the distance and was silent for a while before letting out a long sigh. Sigh, this is what Sioux-E said, we must seize the opportunity. Now that he has gained the dwarves' trust before any of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone else to be like him and have such a good relationship with the dwarves. Manager Riley hesitated for a bit before reminding in a low voice, President, other than the dwarves, there are also the elves. Chairman Cruz was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he suddenly spat on the ground. Hey, that damn Sioux-E. Sioux-E in the distance naturally didn't think that President Cruz would actually curse him behind his back. His attention was now focused on the two iron balls in his hands. After weighing them with both hands, Sioux-E found that the dark red iron ball in his left hand was a bit heavier than normal iron balls, while the dark black iron ball in his right hand was a bit lighter. These two are the number 29 and number 37 alloy steel that you told me about in your letter last time. Sioux-E asked Chief Saluka on the other side. Yes, this red one is 29 and the black one is 37. Chief Saluka pointed to the two iron balls and said, the 29 alloy has very good wear resistance. We tested this iron ball with 500 revolutions, and there wasn't even a scratch on the surface. The 37 alloy has very high hardness. I had the strongest brother in the tribe use a big hammer to smash it with all his strength, and there wasn't even a scratch on it. Oh, in that case, these two were still very useful. Have you recorded their data? Sioux-E asked with interest. They've all been recorded. I guarantee that they can be made again at any time. Chief Saluka nodded. That's good. Sioux-E smiled as he patted Chief Saluka's shoulder and said, you have to keep experimenting with alloy steels. No matter what the conditions are, you have to try. But after the steel mill is built, we have to adjust the production capacity. We can't completely produce silver leaf steel, but we have to start producing the 17 alloy I mentioned to you last time. Also, we have to produce a portion of this 37 alloy. Let me think. A set of armor needs about 15 kilograms, so 50,000 sets. That's 750 tons. All right, to be on the safe side, let's produce 1,000 tons within 2 months. 100 tons isn't much, but Chairman Sioux, you suddenly want to produce so much armor. Is something going to happen in the Lampari Kingdom? Chief Saluka asked, puzzled. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Sioux-E shook his head. But this is the order the kingdom's military gave us last time. I can only complete it, not refuse. The kingdom's military? Chief Saluka was even more puzzled. He glanced at Sioux-E, but didn't ask any more questions and only nodded in agreement. Discussing the military would always make the atmosphere seem very heavy. Sioux-E thought for a bit before smiling and changing the topic. He began to ask Chief Saluka about the dwarves living in the new tribe. Chief Saluka smiled and replied, the environment here is much better than before. Our brothers are all very happy living here. Our brothers from other tribes aren't even willing to leave after coming here. They all say that they want to live here for the rest of their lives. It's good that everyone is satisfied. Also, do you have any other requests? Don't hesitate to mention them. I'll do anything I can for you. Sioux-E said, don't worry about it. Chief Saluka shook his head. We dwarves actually just want to live a stable life. We're happy as long as we can fill our stomachs and occasionally drink some wine. We don't need anything else. Chairman Su, you've already provided us with such a good environment. Most of our brothers are very satisfied. Most? Su asked in surprise. So you're saying that there are still some dwarven brothers who aren't satisfied? This. Chief Saluka laughed a little awkwardly. Some of our brothers just aren't used to trusting humans. They feel that you, Chairman Su, must be scheming something for treating us dwarves so well. Su couldn't help but laugh. Scheming? What benefits do I get from scheming against you? Chief Saluka, tell these dwarven brothers for me that I've taken a fancy to the value you dwarves have. I'm treating you so well because I want you to work hard for me. As for anything else, he's really thinking too much. Chief Saluka scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Actually, I've known you, Chairman Su, for so long that I already know what kind of human you are. It's just that some of our new brothers don't know yet. It doesn't matter. After a while, they'll naturally believe you. All right, it doesn't matter if they believe me or not, as long as they're willing to work hard. Su looked around and found that Chairman Cruz was still whispering something to Manager Riley in the distance. He lowered his voice and said to Chief Saluka seriously, Recently, the demand for cement will greatly increase, so I hope you can discuss it with Chief Monto to build another cement factory and increase production as much as possible. Also, remember to keep it secret and don't let anyone else steal the cement formula. Chief Saluka was a little confused. Although Su had warned him to keep the cement formula a secret before, why was he so cautious this time? This time, it was Su Yi's turn to reveal an awkward smile. This can't be helped because I don't have any money. Chapter 192. Sir Chairman, you don't have any money on you? When they entered the falling rainforest, Agnes, who had been silently leading the way, suddenly stopped. She turned around to look at Su and search her body for a bit before taking out a handful of gold coins for Su. Here, I only have this much on me right now. You can use it first. Su looked at the gold coins in Agnes' slender hands in a daze before looking up at Agnes' serious expression. He asked in a confused voice, What are you doing? Didn't you just say to Chief Saluka that you don't have any money? I don't have any use for these gold coins right now, so I'll just give them to you first. Agnes replied with a natural expression. Su finally understood her meaning. He pushed her hand back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Agnes, when I said I don't have any money, it's not that I don't have any money, but rather that our new flyer doesn't have any money. Do you understand what I mean? The company doesn't have any money? Agnes' eyes opened wide in shock. Then she looked down at the several dozen gold coins in her hands and shook her head. I'm afraid this bit of money isn't enough. How about when you see the elder later, you can ask the elder to borrow a bit first. Didn't the elder just take the wages you gave the clansmen last time? It seems to be several thousand gold coins. Seeing the innocent face of Agnes, Su couldn't help finding it a bit funny. Agnes, it seems like you still don't understand my meaning. When I said the company doesn't have any money, it means we don't have any liquid funds right now. The meaning is that if the company needs money right now, we won't be able to take out any cash. And if the company really needs money, several thousand gold coins is far from enough. Then what do we do? If we really need money and can't take it out, wouldn't our company meet a large problem? Agnes was a bit worried. Sir Chairman, have you thought of a way? Relax, it's not as serious as you think. It's just a short period of time problem. Then again, as long as we wait a bit, the company will naturally earn enough money. Su waved his hand and comforted her. Oh, that's good. Agnes' expression calmed down. After thinking about it, she asked in a doubtful voice, But Sir Chairman, why is the company suddenly out of money? I remember that our new flyer has been earning quite a bit of money in the past few months. Last time I heard Manager Seabass say that the companies earned over 100,000 gold coins just last month. That's because you didn't notice how much money he said we spent, right? Su said with a smile. Our companies because we've been in the past few months, we've eat because we've zest. It's not mentioning anything else. Just the falling rain valley cost over 300,000 gold coins. The falling rain road cost over 100,000, and the road between Banda City and Karma City cost another 100,000. TT have money's TTS money. TTS. Agnes stuck out her tongue. So there's still 20,000 gold coins. I thought that we wouldn't even have a single gold coin. So he couldn't help rolling his eyes. Agnes had been by his side for several months now. Why did she still seem like she didn't care about worldly matters? Could it be that the elves were like the legends? Because their lifespans were too long, it was hard for them to change? Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at the dark falling rain forest in front of him. He thought that if the elves were like this, then Elder Alicia's wish for the elves to coexist with humans would be hard to realize. This is also my worry. Elder Alicia gave a slight nod. So I want Agnes to stay by your side the entire time. This is because human merchants have the most ideas and the most flexible minds among you humans. If Agnes can stay by your side and learn the flexibility of humans from you, I believe that the other elves will be able to do the same. The problem is, I feel that Agnes hasn't changed that much compared to the first time I met her. Rather, I feel that she's even more naive. He said with a frown. No, it's the opposite. Compared to when she lived in the tribe, Agnes has already changed quite a bit. Elder Alicia shook her head with a faint smile. The Agnes before was a very simple child. She only considered things very simply. But now, according to what you just said, she has already learned not to show herself when you say you don't have money. Rather, she waited until you entered the falling rain forest before expressing her thoughts to you. It can be said that she has already learned the important thing for you humans to know. He was speechless. This was a skill that almost all humans were born with. So why did it become something worthy of praise for Agnes? Because you are humans and we are elves. Elder Alicia gave a very simple and honest answer to Suyi's question. He shook his head, still unable to understand the thoughts of the elves. All right, let's put Agnes' change aside for now and talk about proper business. He took out the plastic casing of the new generation magic fan from his backpack and handed it over. Elder Alicia looked it over before doubtfully looking at Sue. Is there a problem with this plastic casing? There isn't a problem if you look at it alone. But he leaned forward and pointed at a beautiful flower design on the top right corner of the casing. If you compare this to the other magic fan casings, there will be a problem. Elder Alicia looked at the beautifully carved flower and was still very doubtful. I don't see a problem with this. This flower is very beautifully carved. This flower itself is a problem. He said with a serious look. Elder Alicia, when we asked your Night Song tribe to help our company make the plastic casing for the magic fans, I gave you several blueprints for the casings, right? Elder Alicia stood up to look through a box and took out several blueprints. It's still here. Then Elder, please take a look. Is there a flower design on the casings? He asked. Elder Alicia looked at the blueprints and shook her head. It's not on the blueprints. So that means when making the casings for the magic fan, the elves responsible for making it didn't follow the blueprints? He kept asking. It seems like it. Elder Alicia nodded, but she still had a doubtful look. But Chairman Sue, I still don't understand what the problem is with this. There's an extra beautiful design on the casings for the magic fan. Could it be that it doesn't make the casings look better? There isn't a problem if you say it like this. But Honorable Elder, this magic fan is not a single one. Rather, it is a very normal magic fan that our company makes in large quantities. Doing this will create a very large problem. Su-yi said with a serious look. Seeing the serious look on Su-yi's face, Elder Alicia thought about it before sitting down again. She said to Su-yi with a serious look, Chairman Su, I don't understand what you mean. Please explain it in detail. All right. Su-yi wasn't polite as he picked up the casings for the magic fan and said, Elder, if one of the magic fans has this design and the other doesn't, then the two magic fans have the same price. If you want to buy a magic fan, which one would you buy? It's clearly the one with the design, because this one looks better. Elder Alicia replied. All right. This means that at the same price, the magic fan without the design might not be able to be sold, right? Not certain. Perhaps you humans will like the one without the design even more. This possibility can't be ruled out. But Elder Alicia, don't you have to admit that the price of these two magic fans should be different? Because of the difference in the pattern, their value will be different. Yes. Then here's the problem. This magic fan's casings belong to the same batch as the other magic fan casings without the design. If these casings were installed on a magic fan, it would be difficult to set the price for this batch of magic fans. This is because the people who buy the magic fans won't accept a product with a different value at the same price. He raised the plastic casings in his hand. So when our company produces the magic fans, these casings are treated as defective products and aren't included in the production process. Defective products? Elder Alicia looked at Sue in surprise. Chairman Sue, in the hands of our elves, how could there be defective products? You must have made a mistake somewhere. Sue slightly knit his brows before saying with a serious look, Honorable Elder, whether you're willing to admit it or not, these are the rules of our company. Components that don't meet the standards are considered defective products. Seeing Su Yi's serious expression, Elder Alicia was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. All right, since this is something made according to the requirements of your company, then it should be made according to your standards. You're right. Sui looked at Elder Alicia, and after confirming that she didn't have any strange emotions, he continued, Actually, this casings is only one of the casings that I picked out, and it isn't that serious. What's more serious is that its entire appearance has changed, so it can't be assembled with the other magic fans at all. After the final inspection, of the 20,000 magic fan casings that you finished, there were over 30% defective products. So Your Excellency, Elder, I specially came this time to ask this. Just what is going on? Chapter 193. 30%. Elder Alicia's expression changed. After thinking about it, she asked, Chairman Sue, can I ask, how serious are the losses to your company? According to the contract we signed before, our new flyer has delayed the production of a small part of the magic fan, causing a batch of orders not to be completed on time. Therefore, we have to pay the other side a penalty of 3,000 gold coins. Sue replied. Elder Alicia revealed a sincere look of apology. I'm sorry, Chairman Sue. I will think of a way to make up for the losses we've caused to your company. Sue looked at Elder Alicia for a while before slowly shaking his head. He said with a sigh, Elder Alicia, actually a loss of 3,000 gold coins isn't much to our company. Compared to this, your tribe's losses are much bigger. Elder Alicia looked at Sue in surprise. Why do you say this? First, this time because there were defective products from your Night Song tribe. According to the contract, the losses from these defective products should be borne by your Night Song tribe. According to the rules of us human merchants, you should compensate our new flyer with enough gold coins. Elder Alicia said with a simple nod, That is right, but our tribe doesn't have enough gold coins right now. We'll talk about this in the future. Sue waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Second, this time our new flyer has asked our Night Song tribe to help our new flyer produce 20,000 magic fans, but there are over 30% defects in the products you've delivered. According to the rules of humans, our company will have serious doubts about your Night Song tribe's abilities. Even if we have similar orders in the future, we won't consider looking for your Night Song tribe to complete them. Elder Alicia was silent for a while before she said with some difficulty, I understand. This is a matter of credibility. It was undoubtedly a very difficult decision for an elf to admit that her tribe had a reputation problem in front of the humans, who they all thought had no credibility to speak of. However, Elder Alicia still admitted it very honestly. Sue couldn't help but admire Elder Alicia. If it weren't for finding a way out for the Night Song tribe and the entire elven race, she would never have put down the pride of the elves and frankly admitted the shortcomings of the elves. The last point is the most important one. From this plastic shell production, I found that there's a large problem with your Night Song tribe, or rather the elves. That is, after saying this, Sue stopped. After hesitating for a while, he didn't say anything. Elder Lucius smiled faintly. Please don't hold back. Just say it. He looked at her, paused, and then nodded. Okay, then I'll just say it. The problem is that the elves' personalities are generally very casual. Or to put it in a more direct way, it's very undisciplined. After saying that, he looked at Elder Lucia nervously. He wasn't sure how the other party would react if she heard him criticize her entire race so rudely. However, Elder Lucia's reaction was beyond his expectations. After hearing this evaluation, Elder Lucia was stunned for a moment. Then she fell into deep thought for a long time. She thought for more than half an hour, until Su Yi's legs were a little numb. Elder Lucia seemed to have suddenly woken up. She smiled apologetically at Su Yi and said, I'm sorry. I suddenly thought of something from a long time ago and got a little distracted. A long time ago? Su Yi was secretly speechless. According to Elder Lucia's age, the long time ago she was talking about was probably a few hundred years ago. That was really a long time ago. Chairman Su, regarding your evaluation just now, I carefully thought about it and suddenly realized that the word discipline has never existed in the language of the elves. This word appeared later, and we learned it from you humans. But we elves have never understood the meaning of this word. Elder Lucius said with a heavy expression. He was a little confused. Didn't understand the meaning of this word? What does that mean? In other words, Elder Lucia had a bitter smile on her face. We elves have never had any discipline from the beginning. He was stunned. In the rumors about the elves on the signs, the most adjectives were beautiful, elegant, mysterious, powerful, and arrogant. But no one had ever associated the word discipline with the elves. Regarding the reason why humans were able to seize the dominance of the continent from the elves thousands of years ago, the humans later concluded that it was time for the continent to change owners. Humans were born at the time, and with their unique creativity and strong learning ability, they finally controlled the entire continent. But regarding the failure of the elves, it was rarely mentioned. Now that he heard Elder Lucia's words, he suddenly seemed to have grasped something. But Elder Lucia didn't give Yi more time to think. She suddenly stood up and said to Yi, Chairman Su, please come with me. Let's go see how our clansmen are making these plastic shells and how there is a 30% defective rate. Looking at Elder Lucia's back as she walked out the door, Yi suddenly felt a trace of a cold aura that he had never felt before from her. After leaving the Night Song tribe settlement that was surrounded by a few big trees and walking for less than 100 meters, a large open space the size of a standard football field appeared in the falling rainforest. And in this open space, there were more than 100 elves busy at this time. Looking from the left, one could see strong male elves running out of the forest from time to time, holding a large glass bottle in their hands. They came to the left side of the open space and poured the contents into a large porcelain jar. Steam rose from the large porcelain jar, and the rosin of the resin kept coming out. As the temperature gradually increased, the green light, representing the magic array at the bottom of the large porcelain jar, kept flashing. The impurities inside the resin were gradually separated and floated on the surface. When all the impurities were taken care of, the elves on the side took out the impurities and poured the resin from the large porcelain jar into another container. There were also elves that added an unknown light blue powder. After being stirred, the light yellow liquid became a bit viscous, and the color gradually turned into a light blue. Finally, under the guidance of the other elves, the resin was poured into a mold that had already been prepared. After a period of natural cooling, it formed a magic fan shell. Although the entire process seemed rough, with the special magic of the elves, the final plastic shell was even better than the ones made by the plastic factories on Earth. Moreover, because of the nature of the elves, after the resin was turned into a plastic shell, it could still maintain the fragrance of the resin. It wasn't like the special smell of normal plastic. There didn't seem to be any problems with this process, as the elves finished their work in an orderly manner. But if one looked at it for a while, they would find that there would be some elves who would stop working and walk around, even singing and dancing. The other elves didn't find this situation strange at all. There was even an elf that was a bit too excited when adding the additives to the material, as he threw in a large amount. However, he actually allowed this batch of raw materials to enter the next step of the process. As a result, the final plastic shell that was made was obviously deformed. When he looked at the final step of the formation process, he found something even more shocking. A few elves who seemed to be bored actually gathered around the shell that was gradually taking shape in the mold. After discussing for a while, one of the elves picked up a branch from the ground and began to draw on the shell that had yet to take shape. When he finished, perhaps it was because they felt that the pattern he drew was very beautiful, but the elves happily clapped their hands. Suyi's face couldn't help twitching a few times. Although he had already guessed from the high defect rate of more than 30% that the elves weren't very strict when producing these plastic shells, he never would have thought that these elves would be so casual in the proper production process. If it were the human workers in the New Flyer factory, Suyi would definitely not say anything and fire all of them. He turned his head to look at Elder Alicia and found that her face was still calm, but her furrowed brows revealed that her mood was definitely not good. The two of them were under the influence of Elder Alicia's shadow hiding technique, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the elves. But looking at the behavior of these elves, it really wasn't a pleasant feeling. Chairman Su, in your company's factory, how do the human workers work? Elder Alicia suddenly asked. Suyi looked at the elves in the distance who didn't seem to be serious at all and shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not like them. Is that so? Elder Alicia pondered for a moment and continued. Chairman Su, actually, I don't really understand what discipline means. Before, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with the way our clansmen were acting, but after talking with you today, I found that it is indeed wrong. But how to change it, I don't know. Chairman Su, do you have any good ideas? Do you really want to change them? Suyi asked. Yes. Then it's simple. Teach them to me. There's a very simple way to change them. And that is... Suyi's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Special training. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.